Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We apologize for the slight delay this morning. We were working out some technical issues. We believe we've taken care of those. So we are happy that you are here with us. Welcome to day 2 of this meeting of the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. My name is Mara Madrigal-Weiss, and I am the chair of the commission. Today's meeting is a continuation of yesterday's meeting, but with a different focus. Yesterday, we approved the initial full service partnership report, 10 county innovation projects. We heard a presentation on the governor's proposed budget for 2023-24. Also updates on the commission's 2023-24 budget and spending plan. We approved additional spending authority and had the pleasure of hearing from Dr. Matthew Chang, the Behavioral Health Director of the Riverside University Health System. Today, we will shift our attention to the Commission's priorities for 2023 and begin the planning process for the Commission strategic plan for 2024 through 2027. We will be tackling a lot today with a plan to end at 3 p.m. We will begin this morning with an overview of the Commission's 2020 through 2023 strategic plan, including accomplishments, current project updates, and opportunities. This conversation will cover the Commission's portfolio, its strategic objectives, and some specific examples of key initiatives, such as the school mental health led by Commissioner Dave Gordon, innovation projects led by Commissioner Itai Danovich, and peer engagement by Commissioner Katara Templin. Following this robust discussion, we will take a short break and engage in a working lunch where we will shift focus again and will share some of my thoughts and perspectives on where we go from here. After lunch, the Commission will discuss options and priorities for the final year of the 2020 through 2023 strategic plan. This conversation will be facilitated by Commission staff. Finally, we will discuss development for the 2024 through 2027 strategic plan and consider retaining a strategic planning consultant. Commissioners, as always, if you leave the teleconference meeting for any reason and decide to rejoin, please make sure to use the raise hand function so that the Commission staff can make you a co-host again. If you have a comment to provide, please unmute your line and seek recognition when it is convenient. The Commission will now move to agenda item number 2. The Commission will receive an overview of its 2020 through 2023 strategic plan, including accomplishments, current project updates, and opportunities for the rest of 2023. We will hear from commissioners and commission staff. Toby, I will hand it off to you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to note that Commissioner Gordon was planning to be with us today in person, but he wasn't able to travel, and so he's joining us on Zoom. So as part of that, Tom Orrock and I will support the presentation on school mental health, given that he wasn't able to be in the room. It'll be a little bit easier for us to do it in the room. So thank you for the opportunity. In talking with the chair about today's meeting, there really were 3 issues that we wanted to respond to. First, we wanted to provide you with an overview of the Commission's portfolio and an update on what the work that we've been doing and some of the accomplishments, as well as some of the challenges and next steps that are on the horizon, primarily for this year, but in the next couple of years as well. So the goal of that really is to give you a solid foundation for all that we are working on at the moment and the impacts that we've had, and respond to any questions that you have about that. And so that's the first part of today's discussion. We're then going to talk with you about the resources that we have for the balance of this calendar year. This is the 4th year of our 4-year strategic plan that was adopted in this building, actually, several years ago. And so we want to talk with you about what's been done to achieve the goals of that strategic plan and the opportunity we have between now and December in terms of your time, commission meetings, the committees, subcommittees, and so forth, and the work that the staff is doing. And so we have most of our staff leaders are here. And then many of our staff are online who weren't able to join us for a variety of reasons. The third thing we want to get done today is to talk with you about the next step in strategic planning, because the current plan, which you have in front of you, that we have a little handout that is online and should be at your seat, that is a brief of the strategic plan that the commission adopted back in 2020. And so the third piece is to initiate a new strategic planning process that will serve the commission from 2024 through 2027. And so yesterday, as part of the budget presentation, we talked a little bit about setting aside some funding to do that work. But we hope through the course of the day, by talking with you about what we've been able to accomplish, about priorities for the balance of this year, we can include in that discussion how the commission can put together a new strategic plan for the next 4 years. So any questions about kind of that broad overview? Because this first step, which is where I go through with our team, all of the portfolio, is designed to inform parts 2 and 3. Does that make sense? All right. So I want to draw your attention to the slides. What we tried to put together here is first, so if we can go to the next slide. So consistent with the strategic plan, the commission really identified 3 core strategic goals, really about advancing a shared vision. And at the time, the conversation that the commission held was around ensuring that every Californian who needed care and support received the care and support that was necessary in ways that were culturally and linguistically appropriate for their needs. And within that, the commission identified opportunities to promote school mental health, to align public and private resources around PEI, and to promote the workplace mental health project that was just getting off the ground. Some of these areas were included in the commission strategic plan because they were a product of our conversations with the governor and the legislature. And so some of these are areas that the statute requires us to do them, and some of them were priorities that you all had set, or some combination of the two. The second strategic goal was adopted, really focused on advancing data analytics and opportunities to drive outcomes, to drive results into the systems that we have, with the promotion of our transparency work, refining our ability to leverage county behavioral health data, and to do more work integrating state data systems. That's an area that we've struggled because it requires lots of participation and cooperation from other entities. And the third area was really about catalyzing improvement into public policy with support for our multi-county collaboratives, supporting implementation of our Striving for Zero, our suicide prevention work, and then really advancing youth and peer empowerment. And so those were areas that the commission identified as strategic goals. So this presentation is going to focus on the work we've done to achieve those goals in the context of about a dozen initiatives that we talk with you about over the course of the year, but we recognize that oftentimes you'll just get a moment or two of information on these initiatives. So we wanted to do a deeper dive. So next slide, please. To organize this, the staff began to think about the functional roles that the commission plays in terms of the staff resources that you have. And so, at the top is our policy work, and that's a combination of working with the governor and the legislature to do legislation, but it's also our policy and our policy development projects. So I'm going to use, as I go through these, I'm going to introduce some of the staff to you so that just to connect the functional piece with the people you know, but I know you don't always remember who's doing what, right? So Melissa and Kaylee. Melissa is our new research chief, been with us for, seems like forever, at 4 months, 5 months? 7. Okay, see, time flies. I forgot there was a whole new year in there. So I deleted a couple of months. Kaylee is leading our prevention early intervention work, for example. And so our policy work is really about understanding what the status quo is, looking through this policy lens, understanding what's working and not working, and developing recommendations. And so the school mental health work, the workplace mental health work, PEI, suicide prevention, criminal justice, school mental health, fiscal reform, lots of policy work happening there. Our fiscal efforts are primarily led by Tom's team, and you should also have an organizational chart in front of you to give you a sense of the size of our staff. We didn't put everybody's name. Their actual organizational chart's about 5 pages long, and so we tried to group them by color and to give you a little bit of information on the scale of this. So our fiscal work is how we use funds to incentivize programmatic changes or emphasis in certain areas. So our ALCOVE work, our Mental Health Student Services Act grants, our early psychosis grants, what we used to call triage, we now call Mental Health Wellness Act grants. So the discussions you've had about incentivizing funding for older adults, providing incentive grants to focus on 0 to 5. We've talked about peer respite and SUD, substance use disorder services. So our fiscal work is we have about 40 million a year that we have to allocate. Some of that is in the Mental Health Wellness Act, some of that is in the Mental Health Student Services Act, and some of that is in the advocacy contracts that we support. Our capacity building work cuts across the system. But Charmel and the team, we mostly hear from Charmel on the innovation work, but she also has staff who are working on plan review. And so the connections with the counties often come through some of the dollars that we allocate, but also come through the approvals and the reviews that we do. But we also do a lot of engagement with counties through our multi-county collaboratives. And some of those multi-county collaboratives are supported on the innovation side, and some of them are supported on the grant making side. Research, evaluation, and data, also back to Melissa and Kaylee and their colleagues. That's the transparency suite. This is a space where we might do surveys. This is the space where we're doing program evaluation. And you can see on the slide, we've got a relatively small team. We also have a contract with the University of California, San Francisco, and some data experts who are typically they work in our office or work with us closely, but they're contracted. Community engagement is a range of things, and we'll talk more about that. It cuts across the work that we do. I should mention Anna, because of the workplace mental health work. Anna actually cuts across all of the work, and she's our consulting psychologist. And so she'll support the communications team, the research and policy team, and the grant making team. Community engagement, again, happens everywhere. So we probably had 45 community meetings in the last 6 months, many of those online. Some of those in person. They happen in schools, they happen in workplace. Sometimes they're small, sometimes they're large. And so we put community engagement here because it's one component of our work to really drive transformational change. And our communications team over here, Sarah and Andrea, they have led the work on the Ken Burns documentary, Hiding in Plain Sight, our work with filmmakers through Art with Impact, really pushing out our social media efforts and our website. And they're still educating me on how I talk about communication, because I just think about press releases and print. And they say, no, Toby, we have channels. We have lots of channels, and I don't understand all that yet. So through these 6 domains, what we're really trying to do is drive transformational change. And so I also want to you've met Jeff's here, and Norma, part of our executive team. And then I think and of course, I'm not trying to introduce you to them for the first time. It's really to help connect the functions that are on the slide with the kind of work that they do, and to see some connections. For example, we might do data analysis with our research team that supports the grant making that we provide or supports the evaluation based on the grant making we provide. And then communications helps us tell that story. And that analysis drives policy that we might recommend to the governor and the legislature, for example, right? So this is a foundational slide that we've not done this before to try to tell the story of how the pieces fit together. Any questions? It is a lot. Today is a lot. Yeah, but ask what, yeah. All right. So let's go to the next slide. All right. So what we want to do with this is as we organize, we try to organize the story that we tell. These are the high-level initiatives that are currently on the commission's plate, our portfolio. And there are other things that we're doing, but these are, for the most part, the primary components of the work that we do. And so we've developed 2 slides for each of these initiatives. I'm going to try to go fast. They're in your packet. The first slide is an overview slide. It provides a brief statement about what the initiative is. And then we follow that with a statement around some of the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve and the challenges we faced and what's next on the agenda in terms of, not this slide yet, please. What's next on the agenda and moving forward, okay? So that'll be the bulk of my presentation. And the reason that our team is here is to respond to any specific questions. They're the experts on the initiatives, all right? Now go to that next slide. So what we've tried to do here is show the alignment between the initiatives and the strategic goals. And so the dark blue squares are where there's a strong nexus between the direction that you provided on the strategic plan and the initiatives that we've been pursuing. The light blue squares are where there's an opportunity that we're either in the process of pursuing or want to pursue. But the purpose of this is to show how the strategic goals are really cut across the initiatives and how the initiatives cut across the strategic goals. So there is some, there's a pattern to I don't mean in the color, but there's strong alignment between the 6 goals that the commission identified in your strategic plan and the initiatives. And that's in your packet if you want to look at it. I'm going to ask all day any questions. So.
No question, but just a comment. First, the distillation of the initiatives and strategic objectives is really clear and helpful. And I think to me, as I look at this, this illustrates both the incredibly exciting opportunity and the challenge that, when you look across these initiatives, from improving mental health in schools, to reducing, violence and firearms, to, reducing unnecessary criminalization and all the impacts of that. It's incredibly broad. And so while each of these excites us and we chomp on the bit to address each of these, it also, the full breadth of them can undermine our effectiveness. And I think it's, one of the things that we need to talk about in the second half of today as we look forward is how do we focus, understanding that focus involves giving up some things, but for the higher level purpose and goal that we all have to be more impactful and more effective in some selected spaces.
Thank you. I mean, that's part of the conversation today is to bring some focus to the balance of the year. In my discussions with the chair, in response to her conversations, with you over the course of the last year and just listening into the discussions as we've had these meetings, particularly as we've come out, as we're moving out of the pandemic and we have the opportunity for more in-person meetings, it really is to ask you, how do you want us to focus the next 3 months are pretty planned because of in terms of commission meetings, we have a goal that the next 3 months are about 90% organized at this point. And then, we have a little more flexibility the next 3 months, and then more flexibility from, from that point out. So yes, we've got a slide here. It's like number 93 that will lay that out. I'm kidding, there's not that many. So we have this, standard that no more than a couple of slides, and we ended up with, 54. So my daughter was harassing me. All right. So, but thank you, Commissioner Danovich. That's exactly what we're trying to elicit. So for each of these initiatives, and I can spend as much time on these, go ahead and go to the next one. Or as little time, because if you just want to look at the packet, what's on the screen is in front of you. I don't want to read the slide. It is intended to give you this snapshot. And we tried to, in these slides, do a couple of things. One, we wanted to recreate that little honeycomb at the top to just as a reminder that we think about policy and communications. And our levers of change slide is, this room is a little bit smaller than we were hoping, and so it's not as easy to see, but we can remind you: communications, policy, community engagement, research, data, fiscal strategies, and capacity building. And so that little honeycomb in the upper right-hand corner is designed to just remind us that of the tools we have. And then we wrote a strategic opportunity here. And admittedly, we're still trying to hone in and tighten the way we talk about that. But in our alcove work, we recognize that there are highly effective, globally recognized practices for serving youth, but those practices are not readily available in California. And so alcove really was an example that the strategic opportunity here is to, bring to California a highly effective approach that has demonstrated impact in other nations, and do that in a way that is highly responsive to youth. And that's what alcove youth drop-in services are. It's this combination of tailored services for youth that integrates care based on what their needs are so that they don't have to. And it's done in a way that is youth driven. And so it's actually a pretty simple model that is really difficult to roll out in California because of licensing, staffing rules, financing. There are not that many organizations that actually offer primary health care and behavioral health services, including access to psychiatry. And so as we've tried to launch this in a way that is very youth driven, we've bumped up against all kinds of challenges that have nothing to do with how we serve youth, but how we support the programs that serve youth. So alcove is, so on these slides, we've tried to write out the strategic opportunity. We've tried to give you a handful of sentences that really lay out what the goal is. And then the following slide. So in the last couple, we've been working on this for probably 4 or 5 years, starting with some site visits and convenings where we brought subject matter experts together with county behavioral health directors to start talking about this model. But in that time, we've adapted the model to California. We've launched 2 sites. We have 4 sites in development. This program is eligible for the state's $429 million in funding to support evidence and community-based practices, and we've expanded local agency partnerships. So through our alcove, we're continuing to work with county behavioral health directors, but we're also working with health districts, with universities and other partners. So the University of California, Irvine is actually launching an alcove site that will be part of Orange County's broader Be Well initiative, and so integrated with supportive housing and other strategies over time. And so some key accomplishments, challenges, as you can imagine: workforce, sustainable financing, doing the scaling and the integration, and then ongoing work to expand awareness, strengthen our technical assistance, build out the data, figure out the sustainable financing piece, and that's part of what we think we can do with some of the new funds, and then really engaging all payers in ways that we can scale alcove with a goal that every young person in California has access to this practice. And what makes this different, and this is a cultural piece that's very difficult, probably the most difficult thing, is the evidence from other countries says that when you develop a brand that is highly respected by young people, it creates trust. And when they see that brand, even if it's not in their community, they will access that. But we don't do that in California. Every program is unique. And so young people have a hard time knowing where to turn for help. And the idea that there is a consistent recognized brand, think about our own behavior, can actually improve access to care for young people. But that does mean promoting consistency across the brand for the service. In this case, the commission owns the brand. So we intentionally own the trademark for Alcove so that we can propagate it in a royalty-free way. And this was a huge shift for the state of California and for us. So Alcove. And again, I have like 12 more of these, so I don't know how much time you want to spend on each one.
Yeah, I don't want to go deep, but just a quick question. How much, is this all physical drop-in, or are we expanding it to think about a digital footprint? And do we promote any peer-to-peer with this?
Yeah, the first person to answer your peer-to-peer question, the first person a young person meets is a young person.
Okay, so we're doing that.
Yeah, when they walk in, that piece is really important to the
What
model.
about digital? Because a lot of these kids hang out digitally more than physically. these days.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is probably addressed in how they market and how they get the word out about Alcove. But right now, these are physical locations that
Okay,
we're
so the
launching.
services are not being delivered digitally, but
No,
the awareness. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Every one of these has a youth board, and the youth are even in on the hiring decisions. So in one of the sites in the Bay Area, there was a phenomenal practitioner who was ready to be hired, and the youth said no. Because what they told us was the vibe just wasn't there. And so they hired someone else. So Commissioner Carnevale, to our knowledge, they're starting with the physical, but the strong advisory board decision-making role of youth suggests that they will quickly move to connect that as the digital capacity gets stood up in ways that's more robust. Great question. Commissioner Alvarez.
I have a question that I think will apply to all of the projects. Could you speak a little bit to the levers of transformational change and how they work together to identify these projects? So for example, we have stakeholder contracts with young people, with community of color, with LGBTQ. How does that engagement in those contracts inform something like an Alcove or any of these projects? So that there's a better understanding, I think, for us and for the public to see how these levers work together to get at, the investments that we need for the future.
Right. Thank you. So the answer to that is unique to each, sort of the origin story of each of the initiatives. So in this case, Alcove was launched by Santa Clara County through their community planning process in coordination with their youth and subject matter experts at Stanford University. And it was followed up with legislation that then Commissioner and Senator Jim Bell led to expand funding to grow the model outside of Santa Clara County. So in this case, Alcove didn't originate with the advocacy contracts that we support, and those contracts were in place and relatively focused before Alcove was even launched. So part of the opportunity we have now is to then push them sort of towards each other, right? In this instance, because the model itself was so youth-driven, the youth advocacy work that we support is separate from. That doesn't mean that they can't on their own decide to lean in on Alcove, but through the innovation approvals that the commission gave to Santa Clara, the design of the RFP that we produced for the state's money, and then ongoing work now, which can include allowing additional counties to use innovation funds to join the Alcove initiative. There's an internal requirement that youth engagement is at its core. But to be very frank, the youth advocacy that we pay for separately, these worlds do not yet connect. And it has more to do with those contracts were set before on both sides, but the reason for that honeycomb is to push us to actually make those connections happen. So I will try to remember that throughout, but if I miss it, call me on that. Questions? All right. So next slide. You know, we included this one here because you know, the pandemic was so impactful on California and Californians and your work. And we very quickly, as our own team began to isolate and work remotely, and as the commission very quickly pivoted to all remote meetings, you may recall that we redirected and did some, you know, some accounting moves to free up about $4 million to be responsive to the pandemic. And we did a number of things. We built a rapid response network that basically brought together a global coalition of consultancies working with partners. And we said to our behavioral health and other community partners, if there's a question, run it through this global consultancy and we will give you a response in about 48 hours. And we received all kinds of questions about setting up Project Room Key, about getting people housing, about how do you transition people out of housing? How do we do isolation and COVID tests for people who are in encampments? I mean, there were, you know, hundreds of questions that were flowing through. We informed the FEMA application that the state put together and helped secure about $60 million for school mental health work. We helped, I'm sure you have seen CalHope signs, you know, online, on TV, on the freeway, right? The other day I was watching a Sacramento Kings game and CalHope was advertised during the game, right? So CalHope started with the commission's decision prior to the pandemic to embrace digital mental health work. And you allocated $25,000 to basically begin to develop a website of where subject matter experts could validate that these resources were not harmful. When the world was looking for tools about mindfulness and relaxation and how to de-stress, there was a lot of very questionable content out there. So that $25,000 that you provided engaged community members to work with researchers and experts at UCLA to identify sites that were not harmful. The goal wasn't effective, the goal was not harmful. And that evolved into CalHope. And so, you know, tremendous support for school mental health, social emotional learning. We funded NAMI on campus and other partners to support school mental health clubs and groups and really elevate the voice of youth. And we made sure as best we could in so many of these initiatives that our advocacy partners, Commissioner Alvarez, to your point, each of those contracts has a provision that says there's some 10% flexible dollars. And we said, if you are interested, use those funds to pay yourself to participate in all of these programs to make sure that those programs were actually being responsive to the diverse community organizations and populations that we were supporting. And so this was really a strategic opportunity just to pivot, right? This is an example of us and our partners at DHCS and elsewhere. Just, you know, we had to drop a lot of stuff because of the remote work and isolation requirements, but at the same time, we shifted in about 60 days to identify some key priorities.
So Toby, just because I think there's a larger point here, but I'm not sure. It sounds like the Mental Health Commission, maybe because of our unique governance structure, was better able to respond to the systemic problem than the rest of the system, which put us in this position to coordinate a lot of this, or was everybody doing this?
I would say there was a lot of anxiety in a lot of these offices, and there was a willingness. I think the commission, I want to give the commission credit for the rapid nature of decision making, right? I also think it helps that we're not the employment development department where we've got this core function of work that has to happen every week. It allowed us to set some things aside. So I think the nature of the commission probably gave us a little more flexibility, but I want to recognize that the Department of Healthcare Services, they pivoted too, and there was and other, public health and other partners.
I'm just asking because from a strategic position, if that is a strength of ours, then we should be looking for opportunities to
Absolutely.
enhance, to take advantage of that wherever possible.
I would agree with that. If we could go to the next slide. So, key accomplishments that we launched that rapid response network. And, one of the questions now is, should we keep it going? Right? Because the kinds of questions that communities were asking were really driven by the pandemic, but these questions are still out there. How is someone else solving this problem in Kansas City or Florida or Toronto or Buenos Aires, right? And so we've actually had some conversations about with our partners about whether or not that is worth keeping. It was heavily subsidized, a lot of pro bono, a lot of free services were added, but it raises this question about should we keep that going? Certainly, we helped, as I mentioned, build out Cal Hope, our partnership with the HCS, our school mental health work, strengthening suicide prevention, sustainable financing. This was all pandemic funding, one-time funding. And one of the challenges that we just want to draw your attention to is the lack of robust behavioral health planning for disasters. So when there's a fire, when there's a shooting, when there's an earthquake, we're actually pretty good at the housing, the food, the public safety, the firefighting. The behavioral health side is a mismatch. So FEMA works in a 60-day response window when the research shows that for children, for example, who experience a highly traumatic event like the Deepwater Horizon disaster, Katrina, that there's about a 5-year cycle of trauma associated with that. And the typical behavioral health response is a quick get someone into housing and our job is over. And so there's a mismatch in the behavioral health disaster planning. And we recognize that although we never want to see a pandemic and in our lifetime, we hope that doesn't happen, but these disasters happen in communities every day in California and in this country. So next steps potentially would be to strengthen our behavioral health disaster planning and to really build out the digital mental health strategy included in Cal Hope and the California Behavioral Health, California Children's and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. And there's a component of that.
If I could just mention, so a lot of a result of that in Cal Hope, there are many schools across the state that are benefiting directly from social emotional learning. There's communities of practice that are a direct result of this, and it continues to this day. They continue to meet. I know Sacramento County Office of Ed has led that, but because of this, they've partnered with the Greater Good Science Center out of UC Berkeley, and Department of Healthcare Services is still present. And it is something that is not letting go, and they've brought in programming and have made it accessible to programming like A Trusted Space, which we were talking about, which was developed by educators after Katrina. So it is something that really resonates with educators because it's speaking to what the crisis that we see in the school setting. So it's not just behavioral health people speaking, but it's educators speaking to what other educators are going to see. So I appreciate what we're talking about because it was unique to the school system too. And that's what we're talking about, right? So when we're talking about student mental health, it's bringing in those resources that are relevant and timely, and we're making it accessible to so many. So I just wanted to make mention of that.
And it came up earlier this week in the Firearm Violence Subcommittee conversation around the importance of doing that engagement with young people as part of our efforts to create safe environments in schools, but not limited to schools.
Right.
So yeah,
Right.
thank you.
Thanks, Toby.
Criminal justice. You may recall Sheriff Brown led our work on criminal justice with Ashley, and we produced Together We Can. And we at that time, we began to shape policy, shape practice, use some of our at the time triage dollars, and we launched this innovation incubator. The strategic opportunity there really was to reduce criminal justice involvement. It's one of the core pillars of the PEI language in the MHSA. And so next slide. We launched the innovation incubator, which we'll talk to you about. That sort of spun off as its own component. So we'll talk to you some more about that. That led to our request to focus on full service partnerships. because full service partnerships were originally designed, among other things, to reduce justice involvement. And so we have a slide where we're going to, walk you through some of our areas of work that really are designed to reduce 3 high-profile negative outcomes: homelessness, criminal justice involvement, and hospitalization. And hospitalization is state hospitalization and community involvement through community emergency departments and locked psychiatric facilities in general. And so, so this is an example of the work that we did in criminal justice beginning to drive policy conversations. And so, although the project was, Sheriff, 6 years ago, I'm trying to think, it continues to shape some of the efforts that we have pursued. We launched the incubator, we've done legislation, we've sponsored multiple convenings through Words to Deeds and other strategies. Data continues to be really difficult. Stigma still is a fundamental challenge. Limited understanding of what the opportunities for diversion can mean for our communities. And just the lack of overall technical assistance is a challenge. We continue to talk about community engagement in this space through some of our sponsors. Melissa and her team are really trying to strengthen our data analysis. We want to be able we've done some work where we can link FSP participation with criminal justice involvement, and it shows as much as an 80% decline in criminal justice involvement if you're involved in a full service partnership. And although when you leave the full service partnership, that falls, I think it falls to still like a 50 or 60% reduction in criminal justice involvement. And so we have to strengthen that work, but and then some capacity building in terms of making sure, and that's a new initiative that the legislature has directed us on. Our criminal justice work doesn't, because your time is limited, which is part of this conversation today, sometimes we need to remind ourselves and just, bring attention back to some of the work that is a little bit older, but continues to shape the work we're doing now.
And just one quick comment, Toby, that this was 5 or 6 years ago that we did this, but just one comment. This was 5 or 6 years ago that we did this, but in order for the main recommendations on the report were really that the counties encourage, organizations within the counties to work together, to pool resources, to leverage limited budgets, and to do things collectively. And those are things that just don't happen overnight. And there have been a lot. I mean, I look back now from where we were versus where we are and how many communities have developed co-response teams, for example, or who are engaged in family reunification and support centers when there is a disaster that strikes in a community. So whether it's the criminal justice arena or any of the other things that we've done, it isn't just, it's hard to sit there and look and evaluate it after a year or two and say, well, did it have any effect on it? Because I was quite disappointed, frankly, that we weren't seeing more engagement and distribution of the report, but yet I think it is still there, and I think when people do look for it, these are still go-to resources for them.
For example, the recent funding that you supported, $20 million to launch the EMPATH program, the Emergency Psychiatric Assessment, Treatment, and Healing Program, which is a crisis stabilization unit tied to an ER. As recently as yesterday, Tom was having conversations with the national leadership on this initiative about and this came up in terms of Tom and I were texting back and forth because of yesterday's innovation proposal, is that these centers are available for anybody to bring someone who's in crisis, including law enforcement. And so the conversation yesterday around the innovation approval about giving public safety staff a place to bring someone that isn't a jail, that is safe and secure and trusted, right? And the nice thing about these EMPATH programs is they're designed so that they cannot refuse anyone. In other words, the elevated heart rate, a physical health, because they're linked to the hospital, a physical health need, substance use, those experiences don't allow the site to say we can't see that person, right? They have to accept all comers. So the empath investment that you're making is directly related to the framing that was supported through the criminal justice work. So thank you, Sheriff Brown. Our early psychosis intervention plus, again, this was an initiative that started with some work that our research team did before I joined the commission, so maybe 10 years ago, that looked at the access to care that Californians have when they experience psychosis. And it identified that the access is generally not available for people who are developing psychosis if in terms of the most effective practices. And so that led to some grant funding, that led to a grant to develop an innovation proposal, which counties co-invested in about, do you remember that? $15 million? About $13 million for multiple counties came together in partnership with UC Davis, UCSF, and Stanford to really build out the sort of most effective approach to providing services for people who are in the early stages of psychosis, including doing the research. And so we've had a number of presentations before you. That was followed up with more state funding and some federal dollars currently. And so the strategic opportunity here was to ensure that every Californian has an effective response to psychosis early. And so currently the state is providing base funding through its SAMHSA block grant to sustain that work, that technical assistance work that's happening through this academic partnership. So you may recall that at one point, Tom Insel came, and former head of NIMH, was the governor's advisor, came and talked about how we can leverage the expertise of our research institutions, the prospective expertise of our communities, and our provider and service delivery systems. And if we do, we can be highly effective in responding to almost any needs. And that's what this EPI Plus, Early Psychosis Plus initiative is designed to do. And so the next slide, we have secured funding for this. We have multiple collaborative partners. It's still the vast majority of Californians do not have access to this kind of a program, but the numbers of sites that are participating is growing. I think we have, Charmel, help me out here, 15 or 19 counties participating in this project at different stages. Yeah. Workforce is a huge challenge. For example, most people who enter the field don't learn anything about psychosis. And they don't learn about the research of effective practices. Currently, financing is almost exclusively public sector financing. People with commercial insurance do not receive access to these services. So the standard practice is for people to drop their insurance and enroll in Medi-Cal. That's unsustainable. So limited understanding of why this is important, very inconsistent standards of care in California, and we're still working to see if we can, and this is where a survey or something along those lines might help. California does not have a clear goal for responding. Like, we have goals for other areas of healthcare, diabetes, obesity, heart disease, cancers. We do not have a goal that every Californian will have access to care. We don't measure progress against that goal. And although the investments we've made are phenomenal and the response from our partners at the state and the counties has been incredible, we have a long way to go if we can ensure that every Californian has access to early and effective intervention in the development of psychosis. And so next steps really are about talking about those issues around where are we today, where do we want to be, and how do we get there?
Toby, can I ask, there was a statistic that you told me, it's critically important that a person who experiences their first episode get care within the first 18 months.
Yeah.
Is that?
So there was a national study that found that when this package of services, which is much like wraparound services, it's family support, it's medication management, it's therapy, it's really tailored around their needs. When that, what we call, it's called coordinated specialty care. When that coordinated specialty care is available within the first 18 months, people have a much higher likelihood to maintain family connections over the course of their lifetime, meet personal goals for school and work and family, have stable housing, et cetera. And the alternative is generally a slow decline in all of those life outcomes and part of our, and this will come up later, one of the things we want to understand is that how people progress from first episode psychosis into or not into full service partnerships, and then into being unhoused, criminal justice involvement and hospitalization. So we can't do that right now because our data systems aren't there, but we're working on that. But we'll show you that we're sort of asserting the hypothesis here is that if we can do a better job intervening within the first 18 months of some of the most, devastating diagnoses, then we can actually reduce the need for full service partnerships and reduce the need for those most devastating and very costly for people, their families, but also for the public sector impacts, like relying on locked state hospitals to serve people because of multiple criminal justice involvements, because we didn't do the community service, that full service partnership right, or even more upstream, we didn't do early psychosis. And we're going to connect it back to ALCOVE as well, because so much of that is about creating trust with young people that when they have that first experience, they're not hiding it. They're actually feel comfortable talking to a trusted friend. As Tom points out, the first person you talk to is a youth, right? Or a caregiver, much like we have done to change the tide of public understanding of cancer and other devastating health conditions. Firearm violence, brand new project, Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Brown leading on this work. Again, strategic opportunities to reduce the impacts of firearm violence. This is something that you elected to take on in response to, as was mentioned yesterday, some of the shootings, just this, proliferation of unacceptable shootings. And so really just getting off the ground. Innovation Incubator, we probably should have put this one sort of note to self right after the criminal justice work. At the time, you may recall the MHSA requires, sure, firearm violence. Yeah.
I just want to say out loud, and I think this also applies to many of the projects, is the mental health commission operates within a far greater system, right? A greater healthcare system, mental health system, justice system that have. Oh, just kidding. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was just saying that the Mental Health Commission is one piece of a much larger system of care, whether it's healthcare, mental health, justice, that has connection and opportunity to leverage other efforts. And so with this one, I just really want to acknowledge the work and leadership of Attorney General Bonta and a new office that he has set up around gun violence prevention, and ensure that the commission is aligned with those efforts and identifying ways in which we can work together to advance shared goals. So I'll talk to my fellow commissioners about that opportunity to follow up and ensure those conversations are in place. That office is also just getting off the ground. So the opportunity to really think strategically together about how to make these efforts cohesive, I think will help us reach our shared goals more effectively.
Thank you for that reminder. I mean, I think one of the discussions that we hope to have in the strategic planning conversation is around how we can sort of best identify our role. And in some cases, our role can be to support and inform the work of the Attorney General in that office, so that it's tapping into what we do really well, but not asking us to do things that may not be a point of strength for us. And so we appreciate you arranging for our team to meet with their team to have that conversation. And I think Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Bunch had the opportunity to visit the REACH team in Los Angeles with a couple of our staff, where we talked with, this was a project, a partnership between LAPD and the LA City Attorney's Office and the Children's Institute and some other providers. And it really did reflect your comments about mental health, and our work is in this broader context of, in those instances, economic development, housing, and certainly education. And, that was a really revealing site visit. It was very valuable. One of the things we're going to ask you towards the end here is, do you want to do more of that, right? Because Commissioners Bunch and Brown got to see that. But we didn't actually, the full commission didn't have the opportunity to benefit from what was one of the most powerful personal community engagements that I've been involved with, in terms of both the impact of firearm violence on families and communities, but also the commitment of law enforcement and the city attorney's office and the education and social service providers who are in the room. So thank you. So the Innovation Incubator, again, as you recall, the Mental Health Services Act requires a 5% set aside of funds for innovation. And when we started this work, it was very difficult for counties to invest, such that there was several $100 million of innovation funds that were subject to reversion because they had not been out, they weren't being spent. And so we've done a number of things, and every month in your packet, you get a table that tracks investments, the counties and the projects, the dollars and the counties. And we have moved past this moment where innovation was foreign. It's still difficult, but it's happening. And so the commission launched this Innovation Incubator with $5 million. The budget authority restricted the funds to reducing justice involvement because at the time, the state was investing additional funds to increase competency restoration services for people who were deemed incompetent to stand trial after multiple, in some cases, dozens of criminal justice of arrests, typically misdemeanors, but the felonies often resulted in a designation as incompetent to stand trial, and that led to a backlog of people who needed services in state hospitals. And so the commission went to the governor and legislature and said, let us see what we can do to actually prevent the justice involvement in the first place, so that we're really working upstream. And our early psychosis work is part of that. But we supported a range of innovations that were targeting that area. So an innovation in using psychiatric advance directives. And so we have, I think, a dozen counties that are participating, and there's somewhere in the range of $20 million. I think we launched that with about $800,000, maybe a little bit more. And now there's about $20 million of county money and going in, and all of that has been done with community engagement in those communities. We supported what we call a data-driven recovery project, which was helping counties link their own criminal justice data and mental health data. So we could say, how do we make better mental health investment decisions? So we're needing fewer criminal justice responses. Those dollars are gone, but counties are now using their own dollars and securing philanthropy dollars to continue. And that's mostly about technical assistance. We funded Crisis Now, which is a model, again, designed to better align crisis resources with community needs, with a strong community engagement component, and a series of other initiatives. And the message here is really about how the commission has been able to facilitate cross-county learning and stronger community engagement around key priorities. And what we've been able to do is provide seed dollars with that $5 million. The restrictions that were placed on the money were focused on criminal justice involvement. More recently, you may recall, we modified the legislation around the Mental Health Wellness Act to allow those funds to still focus on crisis, but to be available for crisis prevention and intervention. And so in some ways, the $20 million that the commission has in its budget for the Mental Health Wellness Act can be used as a version of an innovation incubator. In other words, can we leverage county innovation dollars and other resources in ways that can take small investments like the $800,000 we funded to launch the PADS project into a $50 million, or the early psychosis project we started with a $300,000 grant that then became a, again, $50 million project. And so the innovation incubator, we think this is a key opportunity for the commission. And so Charmel and her team, working with some consultants, did lots of interviews and engagement, and with leadership support from Commissioner Danovich and Commissioner Boyd, we developed this innovation action plan. And so we'll talk to you a little bit about that. There's a series of recommendations and proposals in there to continue to strengthen that work. Questions, comments, anything to add? Anything to add? All right. So Mental Health Wellness Act, I just talked about, right, where we incentivize the adoption and scaling of best practices, right? Really about preventing crisis rather than the earlier version was to supplement staff resources at the county level. What we're trying to do is really move investments upstream. So we've secured that flexibility. Go ahead, do the next slide. We've released more than $80 million. You've just released the $20 million for Empath. We're building out a partnership with the Department of Aging, which we've never had before, to invest $20 million for older adult services. So part of the connection is one of those initiatives that the Department of Aging advised us is a key area of investment, started out as a county innovation. So, lots of community engagement on the Department of Aging side and what these priorities should be. And so this is an example of where that partnership allowed us to be much more effective and really build off of the lessons learned from the Department of Aging. So the Empath grants are being released. We're working on the request for application for AgeWise and Pearls, the older adult programs, and we're still working to bring you some proposals around 0 to 5, peer respite, and substance use disorder services. That's not reflected in there just because we ran out of space. I will point out that one of the things we need to bring back to you is as the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative moves forward with the $429 million that I mentioned, there are 6 rounds of funding being proposed. The first round is focused on caregivers. I think the third round is focused on early childhood. And so we've had some preliminary conversations with the department about how to connect any investment that the commission is making through the Mental Health Wellness Act with the investment that they're making in those same areas. We want to just make sure that we're working together and we're smart and not competing or conflicting in terms of those resources.
To that point, Toby, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just confirming that the Mental Health Wellness Act, one of the flexibilities that we were granted was that the funds could go to counties and other entities,
That's correct.
right? So similar to the 429 million, the grantees
Correct.
could be CBOs or.
Yeah,
education agencies.
that's right.
Okay.
That's right. Prior to this, the funding could only go to counties, right? And we could not require a match. And so we got lots of, it was only just for personnel. So now it's much broader. One of the conversations we need to bring back to you on that point is those funds, the Department of Healthcare Services is really focusing those funds to support practices that are reimbursable. And so much of that is about helping existing providers understand the new rules that have been established with various waivers, CalAIM, and so forth. And so that they can focus on opportunities that are sustainable, financially sustainable, right? And so that may be an area where the commission wants to differentiate its resources from the department, because some of our innovation incubator work, for example, is intentionally not focused on what is reimbursable. It's trying to focus on what's effective. so that we can then push effectiveness and reimbursable together. And so we need to learn more about what they're going to do with their funds and make some decisions about if it makes sense for us to add in so that we can expand the pot of money that is available, or differentiate so that we can, in addition to DHCS supporting expansion of reimbursable strategies for 0 to 5, like the new dietic Medi-Cal benefit. Does the commission want to invest in strategies that are not reimbursable as an approach to learn what's going to be effective, and then eventually potentially change, inform the reimbursement rules moving forward? Weigh in if I've missed things, please, right? Okay, PEI. This is an incredible report led by our chair and vice chair. And it was adopted by the subcommittee last week, or was it 8 months ago, Melissa? So it's been a long time in coming, hard to do through the pandemic. Kaylee has just been phenomenal in leading this effort. And we intend to have it on your agenda either February or March. And there's a couple of follow-up pieces. One is so if you could go to the next slide. One is there's an implementation plan that we've framed out with the subcommittee about what do we do with this. This is not about writing a report that sits on a shelf. This is about leading a shift in how we think about mental health and mental illness through a more population health, public health, social determinants of health lens. And then the other piece is the law allows the commission to identify new priorities. There are a handful of priorities in the original Mental Health Services Act. There are 7. There are 5 areas of priority that were adopted as advisory in the statute, and the commission has the authority to add to those 5. And as you've all, people have reached out to you, there's been lots of testimony for the commission to identify 2 additional priorities. We will come back to you for a conversation about how to move forward on that request. And so I think there's, to Commissioner Alvarez, your comments, there's tremendous value for that conversation to be informed by robust community engagement, which we've had robust community engagement through 3 dozen advocacy groups that have been in communication with the commission. And we need to think strategically about what are we trying to get done and how do we marshal all of our resources through that honeycomb to really drive towards the goals of. And so I think part of the conversation we want to have with you is it may be inadequate to identify a priority that is advisory only, and how might we use some of the Mental Health Wellness Act funds, the innovation authority that you have, and other strategies to really drive on the broader goal of prevention, early intervention. So those are some things that are on our list. School mental health. I'm going to be really quick because Tom is going to give you a broader overview. Dave Gordon, who's on the call but is having some challenges speaking apparently. He led our work on school mental health, and like the criminal justice work, the focus there was to really identify opportunities and leverage schools as places where we can support children and youth, but also families. And that came out of community engagement work. That came out of a meeting that we held in Monterey, where school site staff, principals really talked about how they serve entire families. It's about the school environment, about what happens in the classroom, but it's also the relationship that local education agencies have with families. Incredible work. And it was really focused on elevating schools as centers of wellness. The impact of that work, next slide, please, is just tremendous. With the, internally, we've been able to launch partnerships between local education agencies and behavioral health agencies in 57 of the 58 counties. What that means is one county was not able to take the funding because they were overwhelmed, and they made a decision that they could not add that into what was already on their plate. But more importantly, the governor established a $4.7 billion initiative that it's not completely focused on schools, but it builds upon the framework that was in the commission's work that really was a reflection of what the community shared with us, what educators and families and behavioral health leaders shared with us about what these opportunities are. So I think this is just a phenomenal example of the commission in this catalytic role, shaping understanding and driving changes. We still have challenges in fiscal sustainability, which is part of the reason why the CYBHI evidence-based practice money and community-defined practice money is focused on programs that can be sustained. We still have challenges with technical assistance and understanding how to evaluate and really report out on the impacts. And then, of course, workforce. I think every single one of these areas has a workforce challenge. Next steps, yesterday you approved funding to launch our effort. We're bringing in a subject matter expert consultancy to help us design the evaluation on the funding that has been provided. And so Melissa's team is leading on the evaluation. Tom's team is overseeing all of the grants that are out there. And then we're trying to figure out how to integrate and connect with all of the other activities that are happening. We continue to support site visits. Tom, how many have we done?
We've done 3 so far.
So far. And so, this is part of our paying attention and listening and understanding what's working, what the challenges are. And if there are site visits, if there are school programs that you want to visit, we try to tell you about all of these site visits, but we recognize that you also have a day job. And so it can be hard. I'll also make a connection to the community engagement and our communications work. We are building a toolkit for any district or community organization that wants to screen the Hiding in Plain Sight youth mental health documentary that was done with WETA and Ken Burns. And so we've supported a couple of those, and it is afterwards, people have come up and they've talked with us about suicide in their family, about suicides in their schools, about how refreshing it was to create an opportunity where their school leadership sponsored a conversation about youth mental health that typically has a youth panel where it created a safe space for their employees and their students and their community to begin talking about what's happening in the lives of young people. And so, it's our policy work, our fiscal work, our communications work, our research and data work, our community engagement work really coming together. And Commissioner Alvarez, on your point, we did last year secure more advocacy funding explicitly to ensure that school-aged youth have a seat at the table in community discussions about school mental health. And so Tom's team is working with Commissioner Gordon to release those funds. And the beauty of that is it's ongoing funding. And so we hope that if we can, we're still trying to learn how to use those dollars, because the commission rightly said those dollars to need to really focus, if not exclusively, we'll need to get into the hands of young people rather than organizations who speak for young people. And so that's a little bit more challenging for us to do, because that's administratively, that's a new task. So we're really excited about school mental health, and Tom will tell you more. Suicide prevention, accelerate strategies to prevent suicide and suicidal behavior. We wrote the suicide prevention plan. We've created the Office of Suicide Prevention was established within the Department of Social Services by the governor and the legislature. And the state has made the largest ongoing investment in suicide prevention, as far as we know, in the history of California. And so we're thrilled that, that this work is actually driving strategy within CDPH, and we continue to work with them in a number of ways. Next slide. In terms of some of the funding, the $4 million that we mentioned earlier, we've been providing suicide prevention technical assistance to counties. We've done a convening with Words to Deeds on the rollout of 988. We continue to talk with the governor's team and the administration about 988. We've transferred, there's a tax checkoff. When you pay your taxes next time, you have the option of donating to suicide prevention efforts. And we've transferred that tax checkoff to the new Office of Suicide Prevention. Many challenges, stigma, at the forefront, sustainable financing in terms of efforts on the ground in the community. And so we continue to work with the Office of Suicide Prevention. Our firearm violence work is a part of that because of the impact of lethal means on suicide. Our transparency suite, if you recall, the work is part of our public accountability effort is to create public awareness. And it was intended to do three things: create financial literacy around mental health, right? Mental health funding. How much money is there? What's it used for? How much money is available for community engagement and spending at the county level? The second really was about the programs that are out there. And the third is the outcomes. We've struggled on the second and the third. The programming is probably the most difficult because we did build a database of MHSA funded programs. And just as we went live, it was not accurate because programs change. It's even back in the day when we used to have the phone book was inaccurate even before it hit your doorstep. And so we had that same challenge. Outcomes, data is a challenge. So the outcomes is very hard, but we continue to work in this area. Through the school mental health work, we have the opportunity to do community engagement, and that's part of the plan around what information would be helpful. And so our next steps really are to continue to push to squeeze as much information and value out of the data we have, and to strengthen understanding and the alignment between the data we do produce and what the community needs to support their decisions. Workplace mental health, like our school mental health work, where we recognize if we want to meet the needs of kids, we need to be talking to the partners where children are, which is in the schools. And workplace mental health is an effort to engage adults. And so Anna has produced this phenomenal report that was adopted by the subcommittee. It'll also be on your agenda either in February or March. It identifies a set of standards and a set of recommendations. And since we started this work, and within the last, I'm going to say 6 months, the World Health Organization and the U.S. Surgeon General has done something very similar. And the work that Anna has produced is consistent with the recommendations of the U.S. Surgeon General and the World Health Organization. And there's a couple of key opportunities here. One is for the public sector to adopt these standards, because the largest employers in many communities, quite often are state of California, UCs, right? So much of the traction that is happening now is happening in the higher ends of the workforce, more affluent companies, white collar companies. And so having the public sector as a partner actually allows us to identify ways that we can support people who aren't working in some of our most affluent industries and begin to drive strategy throughout the workplace. We recognize that this is much more difficult in some occupations, farm work, gig work, than it is in more kind of classic office work. But next steps are to bring this report to you, to develop an implementation plan and work with the governor and the legislature to really promote that work. And just to tie it back to something earlier, in here is a recommendation to leverage the healthcare purchasing authority of large employers, including the state of California, to cover coordinated specialty care for psychosis. And the idea there is the insurance industry will say, we'll be happy to offer that as a benefit, but nobody's asking for it. And employers are saying, well, we would be willing to pay for it, but nobody will offer it. And so the question is our pension plans big enough to jumpstart that opportunity? And we've actually had some conversations with some national partners to pursue a path along these lines with some other states and possibly the federal government. So we're very excited about workplace mental health. Did I miss anything, Anna? Okay. Youth and peer empowerment. So, and you're going to hear some more about this from Commissioner Tamplin. Coming out of the school mental health work, in addition to our work of elevating the voice of peers, was to elevate the voice of youth. And so we've done a number of things. The documentary, I think Tom Kyoto came and talked with you about before he heard from the commission, and most importantly from the community who was at that meeting. That documentary would have looked very different. And it was really starting with and being driven by the voices of youth. We've supported peer certification. We're sponsoring an initiative with the Department of Human Resources to think strategically about the roles of peers in state government, not just as certified health specialists, but as department directors and managers. And we're asking this question of how do we bring lived experience into the state's workforce, all across the board. Our fellowship, Commissioner Tamplin is reviewing applications for our fellowship now. And we hope to bring a fellow on as soon as possible. Our anti-bullying work, the advocacy grants that has increased to more than $6 million a year. I mean, we've not been able to track this down, but we anticipate this is the largest consistent investment in community advocacy on mental health in the country. Our youth leadership committee and some technical assistance that we're doing around community engagement on school mental health, as part of our COVID work and around suicide prevention. All the challenges are the same: financing, stigma, people are busy. How do we actually do a better job integrating this work? Commissioner Magical Wise has talked about a youth convening. We've got to get that fellowship launched. We've been providing scholarships for engagement with peers. The advocacy funds for youth will help enhance the work that we're doing. All that, there's a lot of work going on, including how can we fully leverage the WIDA film and the subsequent work that they're doing based on the content that they developed. Mr. Danovich, that was the last one, by the way.
Yeah, I wanted, before we move on to talk about opportunities, to just ask a question about the portfolio, and first to echo what Commissioner Mitchell said at the outset. It's a lot. It's a really impressive portfolio and set of achievements, and it just really reflects terrifically on the commission staff and our commissioners and everybody who was involved in all of these. Also, this distillation here is really excellent and is a significant move forward in terms of really clearly and coherently describing the work. Question is, as we think about moving forward, what is our dissemination plan to share these accomplishments and help recognize the achievements of the commission, the role of the counties to elevate them, not just as the bottleneck, but the way they've stepped up, the community stakeholders that have fed in. What's our messaging and communications plan? How do we use that lever to really get a lot of mileage out of this and maintain the momentum?
We have another 57 slides to answer that question.
Not a good message. Do better.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, to your point, right, in terms of the way in which this presentation is sharper and clearer and easier to understand, is we're getting better at this. Andrea, with support from some of our partners who are in the room, Jen and Miriam, and others, have really been working to refine and improve our communication materials through the website, through our social media and other channels, in print. And so there are some one-pagers on your table that tell a kind of an overview story. We still have a lot of work to do in that area, particularly in terms of the connection between the investment that is made and the impacts in the community, right? That's the hardest piece. We are trying to do a couple of things. One is, you've had 2 biannual reports, right? And so now that we have developed this framework that you see here, it's going to be easy. It should be easier for us to come back to you every 6 months with a progress report that shows here's the initiative, here's the goal, here's what we've done, and here's the impact, right? I will say much of that impact will be sort of process kinds of measures and reports until we can figure out things like the data work that is, because we're doing prevention better, justice involvement has gone down. So we have been able to secure, so you're looking at our communications team with some friends. We are actually increasing by 1/3 our we're bringing on a 3rd person. That was a bit of a heavy lift from a budget ask perspective, right? So that continues to be a challenge, and I think we're sprinting to get better at it. And I hope you will ask us that question in 6 months and see if we can show you some things that we've been able to do. But it's on our agenda.
The only thing I would add to that is that part of the strategic plan did include communication. And I think that's part of what we want to hear back from you guys too, in terms of communicating. Toby mentioned the report. Well, who else needs to be seeing that report, right? So we need to identify our target audiences based on feedback, and also looking at our strategic goals and what is the story that we're trying to tell, and identify those audiences and start taking some of these tools that we now have distilled a little bit better and putting them in front of those audiences. So I think we're excited along with our partners to be able to work with the strategic plan to support it through the right communication tools, right? So we're excited.
I would just like to comment, and Toby, thank you for this. And I know I'll talk about this later too, but as I was meeting with my fellow commissioners, and because we have new commissioners on this commission, what I felt like was that we didn't have necessarily all the information, and we knew that staff was doing a lot of work and there was a lot of projects going on, and we would hear pieces of projects, but it's a lot. And we would come together, have these meetings, and then during the pandemic, we shortened them because of Zoom. And I felt like some of us had pieces of information, some of us did not. But you're sitting here and we have an audience, and so we're going, yes, right. But it's hard. And then as I had conversations with commissioners, it was like, maybe we should get the minutes to all the meetings, because I don't necessarily know everything that's going on. And so I had conversations with Toby, said, I think we feel that we don't necessarily have all this information. And so I think it was important. I said, Toby, I don't even think we know, we don't know who's everybody, and what is the line, and what is that, what does that look like? What does the organizational chart look like, and who are in the departments? And so this is far exceeds what I was hoping to get. And just to know, I feel more informed than I have. And, being vice chair and now chair, I feel like I know what's going on. So I really appreciate this because that's what we need. How can we begin to plan if we don't know where we are? And so I think this is really helpful. And I have known more. Okay, I'm just kidding. I knew more, but I mean, this is just really helpful. I'm visual. I think this is important, and we do need to have this in place. So thank you so much. I thank the team for putting this together. I know you were all a part of it. But yeah, we definitely need to know where we're going. So very helpful. Thank you. And I look forward to the conversations this afternoon with all of my colleagues.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the goal is that we will update this, regularly, and again, every twice a year, right? We don't want to overwhelm you. We're not gonna do it every month, but once every 5 years is not enough. And so, we're looking for that sweet spot of once every 6 months. The last 2 slides really look across the portfolio in 2 different ways. So the next slide, please, is these key initiatives across the lifespan. And so, we have not added in the older adult work yet because it's not yet live. And we have not yet added in the early childhood because it's not yet live. But this was an effort. So we're trying to keep track of where are we investing and where aren't we investing. And so this has not been updated. It will be quickly here as these new dollars are made available. This is intended to just be this check-in across the lifespan.
It's a great slide.
Yeah.
And so we've got some work to do to make it even more detailed and give you the connection to what all those different words mean. But this is another display of not all, but many of our initiatives. And then this next slide, which we did not have the benefit of our master designers on this one because we were scrambling a little bit. But what we wanted to do here was to recognize that there's this upstream area of focus. And so if we start with the right-hand side of these key negative outcomes, hospitalizations, homelessness, and incarceration, which are called out in the MHSA, and we say, well, full service partnerships are supposed to be an intervention to prevent those negative outcomes. And our early psychosis work is an intervention to prevent the need for that full service partnership. And our ALCOVE work is intended to be an intervention so that we can either prevent or support improved access to early psychosis services. And the school mental health work is even more upstream. And then, of course, our 0 to 5. And so cutting across this is our youth and peer empowerment work, our focus on racial equity and disparities, and the PEI work, workplace mental health, all of the work that's happening around this foundational base. And so, so this is, again, just another representation of the way in which the different initiatives connect. So, and then the last slide in there is the org chart, which you also have separately. I think we gave you a slightly different one, separate from the packet because it was a little bit clearer. So I want to invite anybody from the team to make any additional comments because the next step of this is we have asked Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Tamplin, and Commissioner Danovich to zoom in on 3 separate initiatives sort of from their perspective, and Tom is going to step in for Commissioner Gordon. But before we do that, is there anything that I missed or that we should add, or any observations from the people who actually do the work?
I was going to say, this probably relates to PEI and also the early psychosis intervention program. We were talking about 18 months, and that's our average. I believe it's 18 and a half months before we spot the first episode of psychosis. And it would be good to obviously spot that before 18 months. Other states, other countries are about two months in some cases, and that's really the ideal. And so I just highlight, we have a lot of work to do there. We have about 30 programs. According to the math, we need about 337. So,
Say
and
that again.
we have about just over 30 coordinated specialty care
Yeah.
clinics.
You said
And
we need
according
137.
to the math, we need about 337. So we have a long way to go. I mean, the reason we're at 18 and a half months is because we don't have the centers in place that we need, the integrated care in place to get there, to get to that 2-month mark.
The UK has a standard that their community will have access to coordinated specialty care or a comparable evidence-based program within 2 weeks of the first onset of psychosis. They don't always meet that goal, but they're working to meet that goal. We don't have a goal. The national average is 18 months. And to Tom's point is we have about a 10th of the capacity today. It's about a 10th of what it would need to be in California if we were going to achieve that goal.
And are those only for public?
Currently, public insurance coverage pays for about 80% of the service mix, with the balance typically covered by MHSA. Commercial insurance pays 40%. And as a result, most people there isn't even the service there, and there's no financial mechanism to grow that service because of the mismatch between the need and the payment structure.
And when you count those 30, are those, are you only counting those that are evidence-based?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's more that, right, that advertise as providing the service, if I'm not mistaken, but those are the only ones that are considered delivering evidence-based practice.
When we started this work, we had a presentation from a mother who said her daughter had been in therapy for years and her therapist was retiring. And so the father, her husband, was calling around looking for a new therapist just out of the phone book. And he randomly called UC Davis. And he just happened to get a psychiatrist on the phone who said, "This sounds like psychosis." And they said, the dad said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "This is not, therapy is okay, but inadequate." And so they said, "We have a specialty center." And he said, "Well, do you take our insurance?" And she said, "No, we don't, because your insurance won't pay for it." And they said, "But it just so happens that we have a grant that we can use to get your daughter into our program, and we have space." And the mother said that their daughter had to drop out of college because of the symptoms of her psychosis and was getting what they thought was highly effective care, which it turned out to be very high quality care, but not the care she needed. And if it hadn't been that person answered the phone on that day and they didn't have a grant, right? And she said, "Although my daughter wasn't able to complete her college, she's employed, she has stable housing, she's enjoying recovery, she has friends, the things that are important that make her life meaningful, she has, because we got lucky." So no, that's typically not, again, it's right, less than 10%.
That's one example of probably many. For example, but that's one example of probably many in our state that shows the lack of resources particularly in certain areas and specialty areas. Another one that springs to mind is psychiatric health facility beds. Just as an example, in our county, 450,000 people, we have one place with 16 beds. And so according to recommended averages, we should have about 15 beds per 100,000. And so, that's another example of how in California, we have many examples of this. Have we looked at, are there any other metrics in terms of what's being spent per capita in other countries and other approaches? And could those, I know it's a deep dive, probably data wise, but looking at the rates of various types of psychosis and whatnot versus the resources that they provide for them.
So I don't know if, if our team has an answer for that. That has not been an area that we've invested in, right? One of the conversations we want to have with you about the rest of this year is give us some direction. We want you to see what's on our plate. We want to lay out what, we see is around the bend. Some of this is mandatory. Some of it is discretionary. There's some things that we're doing that we don't necessarily have to do. And so we want to get some guidance from you about what we should be investing in, and then make smart decisions with time and staff and dollars to respond to that.
Well, the scary part is we're probably way ahead of most other states in terms of the amount of resources that they're providing in these areas as well. And the fact that we have the MHSA and we have, resources that are not available in many states, and many states don't even have Medicaid of any kind. So, a lot of the programs and in both mental health and substance abuse arenas are not provided, or are provided, in limited form.
Right.
So it's just you bring up a very interesting quandary, I suppose, that, are we if we could prove and show that, we are this far behind in these areas. And are we indeed that far behind? If it's a national average, where is California, in terms of that provision as well?
On the psychosis in some way, so we partner and engage other states. We're part of some national conversations. We don't always make those meetings and conversations, but Massachusetts has a strategic plan for psychosis. And we served on their advisory board in drafting it. New York State has probably a more robust strategy around psychosis. The UK even more so. But having said that, we are in a pretty privileged position relative to some of our counterparts. But it really is topical, right? There are certain areas where, like other states don't have full service partnerships, right? We're far ahead. Other states don't have the resources to elevate community voice the way we are. We were 48th in adopting peer certification, however. 49th. Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure what color ribbon that is, but 49th, right? So Sheriff Brown, there's some areas where, and I think that's, part of the conversation that our research team wants to have is, we want to make sure we're being responsive to your priorities. And there's a lot of things we could do, but what should we be doing that is going to have, particularly if you could go back a slide, that is going to have this kind of impact, right? Is let's look at, on the hospitalization, on the PUF bed, the question would be, how do we get that number right? But also how to make that number need to be lower? How do we prevent the need for that? And so can our early psychosis efforts actually reduce the need for psych beds in your county? How can an empath program at your community hospital actually create an alternative path? How can improved full service partnership strategies? Under FSPs, every person who's enrolled is supposed to have a personal services coordinator available 24/7, which is designed to make sure you don't need to pick that person up. They don't need to call you or your team, right?
But it's like everything else in life, it's all about balance. And the reality is we're still at a stage where there are far too many people in jail that should be in a psychiatric hospital and in our county. And it's just a lack of those resources that drives that. There's no alternative really for them.
Yeah.
Toby, where can we find a list of all the early psychosis programs? And it's kind of a similar situation. I have a really close friend whose daughter just had to drop out of college. And the only thing I could really recommend to them is to drop her from their insurance, because I was trying to help them get her into an FSP program to try to decrease the number of hospitalizations that we were having to do. And then I was just asking if there's any early psychosis programs, because I never thought of something like that. Maybe randomly there's someone who has a grant.
We will get you the list, right? But more importantly, we can connect you with the national leaders who can help you think about which program might be helpful. But I'll share with you that I had a conversation and this was written up in the media. So it's not, I'm not, outing someone's story, but I had a conversation with a former director of SAMHSA who had the exact same challenge with her child, where she had to drop their insurance. This is the former director of SAMHSA, right? Who has Cadillac insurance. And, her daughter was college age and had to be deemed indigent in order to enroll in Medicaid. This is not in California. And so your comment is an indication of how bad it is. That as a member of this commission, struggle to know what to do and where to turn. Think about all those families who can't call you or can't call Tom, who has the list, right? We'll get you the list. But what we really want to do is get from 32 to 332, which is why the workplace mental health report says, how do we leverage the purchasing power of our pension plan to make sure every insurance carrier, right? And we've even had some conversations with some legislative offices about mandating that, because that is the key trigger. Like when we talk about cancer, everybody agrees early intervention is necessary. When we talk about psychosis, there's this acceptance that let's wait till it gets really bad and then we'll start engaging through Sheriff Brown's team, right? And we need to make that unacceptable. But to get there, we have to figure out the financing and the training, because people who are coming out of even though UC Davis has one of the best programs in the world, the UC Davis Medical School doesn't train their practitioners in coordinated specialty care. So there's a lot of work to do if we're going to be successful to be as responsive to psychosis as we are to diabetes, stroke.
But that's the conversation that we had when we were discussing workplace mental health and private clinicians who I am one and I work with them and they have no desire to take insurance. And so we have to figure out a way to make it honestly more profitable for the people who are doing private practice.
And that's not the case in other aspects of healthcare.
Right.
Is the good news, right?
So just, so many comments I could make to the presentation, I'm holding myself back. I'll just use this as an example of what I think I know, because I just learned this recently, that you think the insurance companies want to do this early intervention will save them money, but what I learned is that their average subscriber is only in the system for 3 or 4 years. So that's why they're not incentivized to invest early on. So I'm sitting here thinking, I'm not sure correctly, but if this commission doesn't step up and find a way to play a role in organizing the insurance companies so that they are collectively operating in their own best interest. I don't know who is in the system. So not that we need to add more, but maybe that's one of those additional programs. And so, but the way I think about it is we need to get to more of the root causes, that what are causing these conditions what are causing the systems to fail. And starting to attack those root causes more will be more likely to succeed in moving the needle in the long run. And that's what I personally would like to see us think about more as we go through this strategic plan.
Yeah, there's a lot, there's tons here to talk about, but just in this chart, I love this chart. And to Commissioner Cannavale, it's like there's this policy piece that's super big, and it's a system, and then you have the people that it affect over here. It's the families, and so being one of those families and being on the commission and with contacts and able to ask questions, get the list, access. We have to do something also, or at least consider, this big overarching thing, but we have to also think about families. And so how do we help families in this entire continuum? And so I don't know if that's us taking a part as the commission to take the lead on educating families and helping them to understand how do they, once they see this break, to your friend who's we're talking people who have access, but for those who don't, once this break occurs in that family, to that youth, how do we help them understand how to start this process? So even before 0 to 5, families must be educated, because in my case, my kid is safe, he's in a beautiful facility, he's had access to UC Davis, he gets everything that I'm gonna bring to him. But every family doesn't have that capacity. So part of our job too, I would recommend, is that we do something on the ground level for families, because we're the big ones. We do the policy piece. We make the policy happen, but we can't change stigma that comes with this. We can try to educate on it, but there's so much we can do to just help at the very basic level, and that's the families.
I think, I thank you, Commissioner, and I just want to recognize that your path wasn't easy along the way, right? And as you point out, you know, you're in a better position than so many other families, right? So your advocacy is important. And so, you know, part of our ongoing work with Ken Burns and WETA, you know, their next film, which you've supported, their next initiative is focusing on adults and caregivers. And so part of our conversation with them, and although there's a firewall between us as a partner and the editorial content, is to educate and create some awareness around some of these issues. And so I think, you know, that support that you're providing in part is to help make that case. But I agree with you, there's a lot more work to do. Even if we take the coordinated special care example, you know, I want to recognize that in stroke care, you know, we've built out centers of excellence for stroke care. We've got billboards out there about our sort of the stroke equivalent of know the signs, right? You know, the message is that in healthcare, there are models that this commission and the mental health community can look to strengthen the strategies that we're using in the mental health space, including, you know, both the public health model, which really frames out the PEI work, and access to medical services, you know, the gap analysis that we can do around psychosis, the education and training so that it is a see something, say something opportunity for all Californians, not just, you know, the people in the mental health space, right? And so that gets at Commissioner Danovich's comments about improving our communications, not just in terms of credit, but also awareness. And part of the innovation work that we've talked about that Dr. Shaw has really championed is this notion of having an innovation summit. And part of that was to see if we could bring together representatives of the 40 million of us in this state to talk about what some of the big challenges are, including that awareness and those pathways, because there's a lot of stuff that we don't need a governmental response on, like stigma, right? And where the strategies to address that may be better, faster, cheaper if it isn't led by the state, but if it's led by the community, right? And so to use that convening or even the youth convening that the chair has advocated for to really harness the voice and the vision of the population and, you know, have that voice and vision be what drives the agenda. So I think, you know, that's not an adequate answer because it isn't like, what are you going to get done tomorrow? But it's an answer that says this is on our mind and we're thinking about this and we're trying to weigh priorities as we move forward. So thank you for raising that. All right, so the next phase of this, so that was my overview that was really informed by all of the folks around you and then some folks who aren't here. And what we wanted to do was then ask, kind of explore 3 examples of our work that shows some of the integration and is done through the lens of commissioners. And so next up on the slide was going to be Dave Gordon and Tom. And then again, Dave has asked Tom to take the lead. Tom.
Great. Well, thanks. I'll do my best. Commissioner Gordon's been champion on all of this work, and but I appreciate the opportunity to highlight the work of school mental health that the commission has done and how we've worked in this area, and then some of the key accomplishments. We can go to that next slide. I had just joined the commission in 2017 when we were in Monterey, and I think it was Commissioner Gordon who made the motion to carve out 50% of Senate Bill 82 funds to go to children and youth, and then 20 million of those funds to support school county collaborations. And I think I remember asking Toby, can the commission do that? It's like, yes, they can. And they just did. It was obviously a great move. We didn't know at that time COVID was coming. And I've heard from so many administrators and teachers that this is so nice to have school-based mental health services that students are coming back to as they're coming back to school. So the staff is excited about this program. And so appreciate the opportunity to share this timeline. The commission's school mental health work began with a school mental health project in 2016. This was the commission's first work in education. And the Mental Health Services Act highlights opportunity for supporting school success. One of the negative outcomes of mental illness is stated as school failure, but to put that positively, we want to promote school success. Yet, we recall that there was controversy because it was not the commission's practice at that time to work in schools. Even though the act is very clear along those lines. We held dozens of meetings and supported conversations with educators, administrators, behavioral health leaders, policy makers, and most importantly, students and their parents. We paired community meetings with public hearings on the challenges and the opportunities that existed. We did literature review and talked with state and local leaders. And that work led to us to adopt a report that called for establishing schools as centers of wellness, every heart and mind. And that report is on the commission's website. That report created an opportunity to use funding in the commission's budget to incentivize those stronger partnerships, those school collaborations, we called them at the time, between local education agencies and behavioral health programs. And those launched in Humboldt, Placer, Tulare, and in San Bernardino counties originally. Those initial investments paired with statewide calls for support from school and behavioral health leaders led the governor and the legislature to expand on those initial investments. They passed the Mental Health Student Services Act and launched the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. So these two initiatives are fundamentally reshaping opportunities to support children and youth and their mental health needs on campus. So they're changing the role of schools, the look of schools, and how we serve children. And we can go to the next slide just to give you some of what's happened so far. The commission is investing $270 million now to support school mental health across the state. As Toby mentioned earlier, we have these programs in 57 of 58 counties. And these investments are supporting a range of strategies. The nice thing about this is that there is flexibility in how the partnerships can use these funds. And so they are, used to educate staff. They're bringing clinicians on campus. They're developing partnerships, which is really, I always explain, is to counties and remind them that this is the cornerstone of the act is so that LEAs and school districts and behavioral health departments can partner better together to create systems at the county level. As we're all working with the same children in some counties, and so all the systems need to be aligned. And so there's a lot of different things that are happening with these funds. So because of this diversity, the commission is supporting learning collaboratives across a range of school mental health strategies. With more than 150 representatives in our learning collaboratives. We've had 8 collaboratives so far, and we'll continue to do that. From these meetings with the school and county representatives, we're really hearing about the challenges, and we're hearing about successes as well. One success that I heard of recently from 2 parents actually is that this is great because it's easy. The services are on campus. They're right in the neighborhood, which is really helpful to parents, many parents, especially those who might have transportation difficulties. So another thing that we're doing is supporting site visits to monitor this work and to learn as much as we can from this work. So we were recently in Calaveras County last week. We were visiting Calaveras County. We saw 2 of their 10 elementary and charter school wellness centers, which was exciting to see. And more site visits are going to be planned in the future. So we'll look forward to that. In terms of next steps, there are several tasks that we'll need to tackle in this next year. Evaluation. Yesterday, the commission approved the funding for the first phase of the evaluation, where we will do community engagement with students, parents, teachers, and others to develop an evaluation framework. And we're also going to move into technical assistance now with the counties, with the grantees. We have an opportunity here to expand our technical assistance. What we've done is learned as much as we can through surveys of our grantees about the needs that they have. And they have identified that partnership development and sustainability, data collection, workforce are all key, and program implementation are all key areas for technical assistance. And then, I guess what we wanted to highlight here was that this work has to be integrated at the commission and also with other state agencies who we're working with, who are attempting to find other funding to sustain the programs. But mostly, I think we just wanted to highlight how we have aligned our work at the commission from policy, from identifying where is the need, all the way through funding and incentivizing through grants to capacity building across the state, in hopes that the state as a whole, in terms of how we provide mental health services to students, can be done in a consistent way with strong partnerships between behavioral health and schools. So thank you. So that's it.
Questions, comments?
Thanks, Tom, for the overview and the additional detail and the incredible work that's been happening on this. To your last comment about strong partnerships between behavioral health and schools, I'm curious, and this speaks to our earlier conversation, Toby, with regard to the overview, is how we have worked to bring what's learned from those 8 learning collaboratives from the 57 counties to the CYBHI work, and in particular, the school fee schedule work group. I've heard Melissa Stafford Jones really speak to that opportunity as something that would be one of the most groundbreaking additions to our system of care. And it sounds like you've got like a gold mine of information and engaged constituents to participate in that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we've had Department of Healthcare Services join the Learning Collaborative on a couple of occasions to highlight their infrastructure program, as well as SB-HIP, which is an effort to bring private insurers into the private payers into this work. So that's been really helpful. School districts, these partners are seeing SB-HIP as a way to sustain the programs going forward potentially. So that's been helpful. I don't know if I completely answered that question, but
Well, so I would add to that, we have to recognize that the breadth of work that's happening is sort of beyond the expertise of our staff, right? I mean, we are not experts in school finance,
Totally.
right? And so what we really see our role as this facilitation role, where what we can do is connect the folks that are working on school finance reform with the folks who need to benefit from that.
Yeah.
And so exactly as Tom says is, our role hasn't been to have a seat at that table, even though we've been invited. Our role is to make sure that the folks who need to be at the table, meaning these collaboratives, right, have a seat at the table in ways that reflect the shared priorities of the LEAs and the behavioral health departments, right? And part of that is recognizing that our behavioral health financing is so complicated. The managed care plans, the county behavioral health departments, the commercial insurance side. And so I think that what's wonderful about CYBHI, part of the commission's role, and this was explicit in Commissioner Gordon's work on this, is that we've when we think about behavioral health, we think about it's eligibility driven, right? You know, if we think about what county behavioral health does versus what managed care does versus what commercial insurance does, it's really, we often start with, well, who's the payer? But Commissioner Gordon continues to point out, and Commissioner Magical Wise, is schools don't get to do that. And so part of this push has been, how do we think about mental health through this, you know, all-comer lens?
Mhm.
And then because of that, through an all-payer lens. And then how can we facilitate the conversations between the local partners and the state on not just the financing decisions, but programming decisions, the role of screening and so forth. So unfortunately, we don't have the capacity and the technical knowledge to advise on the payer schedule. What we're really trying to do is make sure that the Department of Healthcare Services can participate in the learning collaborative conversations, and those folks get, you know, can learn together.
Yeah, and I guess to that point, you know, one of the things in the org chart was, you know, we're pending a deputy director of legislative and external affairs, right? A person who's going to be the liaison between us and other agencies, so that there is this consistent information sharing, communications that isn't just about the public, but really our agency partners, because I couldn't agree more, Toby, about, you know, all payer welcome. And I think all of us on this commission agree that if we center the experience of the person, that it shouldn't matter, right? Like let the system figure out how to pay for the service, as long as we're taking care of that child or taking care of the adult, right? And that only happens if we're having these conversations with each other, right? So looking forward to figuring out ways in which we can build this commission's capacity to engage in those conversations across agencies.
Yeah, and that's a brand new position. We've never had that position before. So that's, you know, so we're to your point, we're trying to figure out, like, what is that role? What's that skill set?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
I just wanted to add the comment. I appreciated how innovative this project was, in that, you know, it like no other funding source, you allowed the LEAs to really shape what was best for their communities. And so usually when there's money that goes out to LEAs, or especially in partnership with the behavioral health departments, it's very specific. It has to be direct service. And this was different. This was, you do what's best for those school communities. And so it's allowing the school communities to do things that are different. So there's some that did not do direct service, some that went really towards school culture, who are really focusing and putting dollars towards building the capacity of schools to enhance mental health literacy, or really look at policies around suicide prevention and peer programming, which is different because there's not dollars that necessarily do that. So to think outside the box and not make it about direct service. And if you listen to Youth Voice, they're not always saying, I need another school counselor, or I need a social worker. What they're saying is, I need a caring teacher to say, are you okay? And I need to feel safe. And so I think that's important. And last week I was at a conference, we had an equity conference in San Diego. And we had asked students, you know, what are those things that we need to know? And so, you know, we had a youth say, we appreciate that the adults are asking us, you know, how are things going? Take care of yourselves, take care of your well-being and your mental health. And the student said, that's great. We love that you're saying that. But really, you adults need to be taking care of your own mental health. And because it's obvious. So those are the things that we need to keep hearing. And so I appreciated, and I know that many of our colleagues appreciated that, the flexibility of those funds, because that's being innovative, not being prescriptive. So I think it's
I
making.
think we're gonna be thankful for those grantees who are identifying partnership as their kind of top priority, or, you know, training, connection of systems, because we'll learn a lot from that.
And that came directly from the community conversations, right? How different San Diego versus Humboldt versus, you know, Trinity or Fresno, right? And one of the reasons why we consistently highlight the wellness centers is because the innovation team, working with our youth leadership committee that put together a youth innovation event in Santa Barbara, 250, 300 young people from 5 different counties. They probably 80% of the proposals, each table did a proposal, and I think 8 out of 10 were create a safe space on campus where we can be ourselves and decompress. Right? They said, you know, the issues that are driving mental health are like, you know, embedded in it in the education institutions themselves. So we just need a break. And so I think, you know, one of the takeaways, and gets to Commissioner Alvarez's earlier comment, is that community engagement, that capacity to listen and elevate the voice of the folks, you know, is the most important piece of the work that we do, right? Our ability to listen is the difference between having the effective impact that we want and kind of missing the opportunity.
Well, just about those spaces, I will tell you that tomorrow in San Diego County, 468 schools will have the materials to create calming corners in 468 schools. And that's directly coming out of this. So it's amazing what the difference we can make. when we
That's right.
put them together.
So the next kind of drill down topic was the innovation work. And so Commissioner Danovich and Charmel were going to, again, we wanted to take one of these topics or a couple of these topics and see them through the lens of commissioners rather than sort of our viewpoint of that and then you know, create some dialogue around that. So
Sharmil, do you want to tee us off or do you want me to?
I will, I
Okay.
can, thank you. Can you hear me? I know this is awkward, but okay. All right, thank you, everyone. I just want to remind everyone about the innovation component, and then there's a timeline that we'll go through, but the innovation component of the act provides vision and funding to develop, test, scale new approaches for service delivery with the goal of significantly improving mental health services and outcomes for all Californians. The commission back in 2018 had identified 4 opportunities to improve the implementation of the innovation component. Provide strategic guidance. This is where we try as a commission and commission staff to promote collective innovation strategies across the counties and provide them with external experts who can offer advice, support, and mentoring to help them identify statewide collaboration opportunities. The second opportunity was to support technical assistance and training. This was our effort to tap into California's broad innovation sector to support the innovation goals of the MHSA. Third was to enhance evaluation, to help California's mental health sector better understand the need for evaluation, to build those strategies into the design of their innovation projects, and to provide support and technical assistance for high quality independent evaluations. And lastly, to disseminate information, to share lessons learned from individual and collective innovations and to inform future projects and promote scalable and sustainable improvements. I want to add that these have guided us not only in our I want to say regular innovation work, which is the projects that you're seeing on a monthly basis, but also in the development, implementation, and evaluation of the innovation incubator. So I'm kind of to get a better understanding of the evolution of innovation. We have a timeline here. I also started in 2017 along with Tom, but prior to that, the counties were experiencing a lot of issues around innovation and the use of funds. There was a big fiscal reversion issue where our counties had lots of money that were about to revert. There was a decreased county spending of innovation funds. So we had a large amount of unspent funds. So in 2017, the commission had directed staff to explore the development of an innovation incubator. Again, a strategy to support counties in spending innovation dollars appropriately. And so we had a very robust community engagement process. In order to do that, we developed a business model. We had various conversations with many different stakeholders and partners. And then we created a portfolio of projects that advanced the legislature's directive, at which time we received $5 million in 2018 to actually fund the Innovation Incubator. And also in 2018, we did an innovation summit in partnership with Google and IDEO, which was also another opportunity to kind of advance the innovation component and help counties and partners and the broad sector to kind of understand what the innovation component could actually do. Then in 2019, the Innovation Incubator was launched, and we had our first set of multi-county collaboratives. And then in 2020, we did some more engagement and launched a couple other innovation projects, which we'll have a slide here for you. And then in 2021, the incubator projects progressed, and we started winding these down, these 11 projects, and we started the evaluation of the Innovation Incubator. In 2022, we had pretty much all of these projects concluded. And then one of the projects had an innovation action plan that was also adopted in November. I have more specific information about all of these, but wanted to kind of give you that timeline. You can go to the next slide, Norma. So I wanted to take an opportunity, again, I just said, that the commission launched the Innovation Incubator, but wanted to kind of give, one of the things that Commissioner Danovich and I were talking about through emails and texts was kind of wishing we had sort of a visual representation of the Innovation Incubator. And I think that's an amazing idea and something I will be working on in the future, but kind of just wanted to share verbally kind of how the Innovation Incubator works. A lot of people think it was an actual place that people could go to and hatch an idea, incubator, hatch, things like this is how these projects work. But that is not necessarily what this is about. What it mainly is, it's more of a model, a way to support counties. So for example, if there's we define a problem, that there's an issue that's happening in the county and we need to define the problem. And then we research some solutions, trying to figure out how do we actually solve this problem? What can we do? And once we kind of look at some solutions, we can initiate some improvement. And the way we did that is we created these 11 projects. So if you can go to the next slide, and we used incentive dollars. So in this slide, you can see that we had 11 projects around these different areas that counties had identified and part of the Innovation Incubator that would address those involved in the criminal justice system, that these are the kinds of projects that came out. So those incentive dollars, and Toby mentioned this earlier in the presentation on the innovation piece. So for example, with full service partnerships, the commission incentivized and worked with a contractor with $1 million, which we then had counties make an investment of approximately $8.2 million in a multi-county collaborative for full service partnerships. So kind of, again, if we think about this visually, there was a problem we defined, we researched solutions, we initiated improvement by utilizing these incentive dollars, and then we implemented support. So that support came in the form of technical assistance, capacity building, and learning collaboratives, and continuous quality improvement. And so now we're kind of moving on. As these projects have ended, we're in this sort of adoption and adaption stage where counties are now sustaining this work through their innovation fund. So our contractors are still with us, but they are now, instead of us paying for the work, the counties are paying it for themselves. So this is kind of what we wanted to see, that this work would continue with that incentivization. So yeah, just wanted to kind of give that overview. And the next slide, just want to see what that is. Okay, and then as you'll see on the Innovation Incubator projects, one of them was the systems analysis project. And that was a project where we worked with a nonprofit consultant, Social Finance, to better understand the challenges that counties face. So if you recall, back in November of last year, which was really just 2 months ago, we presented on this plan. And through the work with Social Finance, we found that there were 3 areas that we really wanted to strengthen. So help counties develop transformative innovation projects, strengthen the commission's review process, and facilitate learning among counties. And so along with those three goals were some associated actions that were developed. So for example, the first one, you can read the slide, but develop an FAQ. How can we support counties by answering their critical and key questions? And so we're working currently right now. We've developed a work plan with our team to realize these actions and put them into action with support of the Innovation Subcommittee and Commissioner Danovich and Commissioner Boyd. And so we hope to have more information about this work plan and how we're progressing as we move forward. One of the other key components of this is to evaluate how these actions are actually working. Does this really help the counties? Are these the steps that we should and can take? Or is there some modifications and adaptations that we can make to really support the counties? Okay. Next slide. Okay, we have been asked several times, not only by the public, but also internally and from legislatures about, different data points around the innovation component. On the outset, this is a very simplistic picture of the number for the last 5 fiscal years, the number of innovation projects that have been approved. It's missing some information. I'll be very transparent about that there's a bigger story that can be told here. And that's part of sort of this opportunity that we have to really look at our innovation data and make some more definitive stories about what these numbers can tell. But just initially, we know that in 1819, as I mentioned, in 2017, there was a lot of fiscal reversion, a lot of unspent funds. So in 1819, you had this increase in the use of innovation funds and projects. And so there's this very large amount that happened in that fiscal year. And then as we kind of move down through the next few years, there are many things that could explain these numbers. But like I said, we're missing some really key points, like what was available and then what was actually spent and what was approved. So we really need to modify this chart. But again, we can talk about the pandemic that could have affected this, county staffing issues. There were many different things. And of course, the last fiscal year, we're still in it. So, just from yesterday, we approved like 50, maybe $45 million. So we'll need to add that number to that. So it will have gone up. But again, just wanted to be transparent about some future work that needs to be done on these types of data points. So that was sort of a really quick overview, but I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Danovich, who is the vice chair of our innovation subcommittee and an integral partner with me and my team in the development, implementation, success of our innovation incubator. And I would like him to share his role and thoughts and future ideas. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Charmel. That was really comprehensive and a terrific summary. So I'll add a little bit of color to that. But first and foremost, thank you for leading the initiative. It's incredible what you, together with 2 staff, have done. If you look at the body of work and then you look at how many bodies are doing the work, it really hats off on that. So just to add some color and to back up, I always like to review the whole, like, what is innovation? Why do we have it? The Mental Health Services Act has this audacious high-level goal of the right care at the right time for the right place in the right place for all individuals and children, families who are at risk or have mental health issues in California. So it's an incredibly audacious goal, and it was recognized at the time that the act was written that the tools that existed were not going to be adequate for meeting the vision that the act had, and so this mechanism was created, which is really a pretty unique mechanism in innovation, which basically is a mechanism that apportions 5% of funds that of community services, CSS and PEI funds, and sets aside 5% of that funds for counties to do innovative projects, to facilitate, to enable them to achieve transformational change, recognizing that, doing the same thing over and over again or more of it is not going to achieve a different result. And our role as a commission is to is to approve those funds, not just, as a bureaucratic mechanism, but as a way of shaping the initiatives that occur through those funds, shaping the initiatives, ensuring that there's learning from them, right? And ensuring that that learning is disseminated. And one of the challenging things about innovation is to innovate, you have to be willing to fail. And we have a system through our counties that was not built to take chances and fail, it was built to be reliable. And so there's a fundamental tension, or conflict between the system that we have and what we want the system to do in order for it to be able to adapt. So some of the problems that caused us to develop the incubator in the first place, just to be colorful, were, the proposals we were receiving were not transformative and they were not innovative. We didn't think they were incremental. They were they weren't self-sustaining. They were not generalizable. And the process for developing an innovative plan and getting it approved was cumbersome. It was unpredictable for counties because they had to get, they had to go through a whole series of processes at the county level to then bring it to the commission and then get commission responses that then had to have them. It was a lot of back and forth. It was time consuming. It was frustrating for all that were involved. There were bottlenecks at every level of the system, lots of procedures. And we had an evolving set of expectations for ourselves as a commission from moving from just overseeing approval of projects and dissemination of funds to actually overseeing outcomes. So that was why we were looking for new ways to support this process, and that was the impetus for this incubator concept that Sharmil just told us about. So I think you guys all saw, to just summarize the last set of slides, we developed the innovation incubator. The incubator supported through technical assistance and continuous quality improvement and the initiatives that Sharmil just showed. One of the qualities of those initiatives is they involved blending of funds, which was unique. They also involved a lot more multi-county collaboratives than we'd seen in the past. And they also involved the systems analysis project that Social Finance did. I think you guys have seen that report. If you haven't, it's a really, really outstanding report that I would recommend everybody taking a look at. It's really incredibly thoughtful and was produced through exactly the set of processes, the stakeholder engagement that we aspire to with all of our work. So check that out. It generated the Innovation Action Plan. And the Innovation Action Plan includes this detailed work plan that will inform the next steps. So you can move on to the next slide, to the slide after that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Anyways, our next steps are really to disseminate this information. We also need to become better at evaluating our innovative plans, evaluating the structures that get put together, the processes, and then ultimately the outcomes. If you go to the last slide that Sharmil talked about. So I think as Sharmil pointed out, this sort of emblematizes, I guess the opportunity, to put it as a cup half full. We often talk about the things we've achieved in terms of the volumes of activities that we approved and the funds that were disseminated, and that tells us very, very little. Doesn't tell us the information that we want about, what was impact, what did we learn, to what extent did we disseminate learnings, and also how did we learn from the things that didn't work, and how will those shape us. So I think that is a important priority for us, is how to talk about and benefit from the learnings of these innovation plans, and also incentivize, reinforce continued learning. And then in the next half of today, we need to talk about priorities for use of innovation funds and ways to lever up the work that we do, such as some ideas that Commissioner Carnevale has been encouraging us to think about, like leveraging public and private partnerships to really
take advantage of the incredible resources and potential that exists in California and the alignment of interests that exists right now. So I'll stop there, but and just close on a thank you again, Sharmil, and to our incredible staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Danovich. I want to add two things. One was just to comment on what you just said about public and private partnerships. I feel like the Innovation Incubator has really catalyzed that in a most amazing way. Just in one of our projects with the Crisis Now work in Placer County, they had a huge public and private partnership with hospitals and local entities in developing their crisis center, utilizing the Crisis Now model. And a lot of counties are now sort of joining that train or that bandwagon to say, hey, how can I do that? And how can I, scale those kinds of models up? So this is one of the hugest things that I've seen that have come out from the Innovation Incubator. But I also wanted to share that, as I mentioned, that we are in the process of evaluating the incubators, the model and the work that we've done. And we do have some high level insights that were gained from it just on some qualitative interviews that we had. There were about 26 counties that participated total in the Innovation Incubator projects that were listed. And so we had me and some of Melissa's staff, we had some single interviews with these 26 counties and kind of really just drilled down with them, like what was working with this model? What didn't you like? What did you like? What was helpful? And again, these were qualitative information. So we have many quotes, and this report will likely be released in February. So you'll get a better sense of what that was. But a couple of the things were, working collaboratively. Counties were not doing that before. It was kind of like, I'm my single county. I have my own problems. I don't know about others. But we have seen that has just broken through, where all of these counties are realizing, wow, I have shared challenges just like you. And now we can pool our resources together and make greater and more collective impact. So that was one of the things that they found. Also educating counties and partners in the purpose and goals of innovation. Again, you have the counties may understand innovation from the MHSA perspective, but when you actually include partners who then are like, oh, that's what innovation's for. You get this epiphany where people are now coming forward with more transformative ideas and things because they have a better understanding together. So that was really important. I think what we realized through all of the commission's work is that building relationships is key. We can't make, the collective impact that I see and yearn for all the time is seen through all of these relationships that we have. So counties emphasize that in every conversation that we had. Also, they wanted more opportunities for collaboration and shared learning. So I know through Tom's work in, all the learning collaboratives that he has, bringing counties together, they want to see that in the innovation space as well. Where can we stand together and talk about what's working, what's not working in the innovation space, and how can we share ideas? And also, including people with lived experience. Our counties were just adamant about improving that and encouraging and making sure that in part of all of our community engagement processes and their community planning process in general, that it includes people with lived experience. And they find that these individuals are also interested in implementation and evaluation, which is, I know that, as part of the peer movement, making sure that they're engaged at every level of these innovation projects. So these are some early learnings that makes me extremely excited, because as we think about utilizing now Tom's $20 million to replicate this model, that there's so much potential for growth and opportunities for the state to really transform the system. So just wanted to share those because I think they're amazing. So thank you.
The only thing I'd like to add is just in looking at this graph, one thing to think about is that when the point in time is when you approved the funding, the projects occur across a 3 to 5 year window. And so if you take out the 2022-23, right, sort of this year, those 4 years collectively is about $500 million that's being spent across those 4 years, sort of forward. It's about a decade, right? Because it's some of them start at the beginning and right, but it's 4 years past 2021, right? And the reason I want to mention that is, we are not yet having conversations about how to leverage innovation dollars with other partners in education, in child welfare, in commercial insurance, in the private sector. And so, I think this shows the opportunity kind of, where we were 2018, and as Charmel and Commissioner Danovich point out, kind of the revitalization of the opportunity that innovation represents. And it's important to think about moving forward, kind of what's that sort of that next phase, particularly if we start with this premise that over the next 5 years, the behavioral health system in California has upwards of $750 million to invest. How can we get the biggest bang for the buck out of that?
That's it.
All right. And then the third piece was on youth and peer empowerment. Yeah.
So the chart of all of the incubator projects was really helpful, because I don't remember, right, talking about all of these. I very much remember the top two, but then the rest, I'm like, I didn't even know we did that, right? So I'm curious, Commissioner Danovich, because over the past few years that we've been on this commission together, you have time and time again have said, when people bring innovation proposals, this is not innovative, right? This could be funded out of your PEI, or this could be funded out of CSSP. I'm curious, like, how does this help make clear what an innovation proposal should look like? And for us as commissioners to better determine what should be funded with innovation and what can we challenge counties with to practice or to implement their other funds better or differently, I should say, not better. And maybe this could be an offline conversation, but I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I need to think about your question, because the innovative proposals have this elusive quality that it's hard to define what innovative is, but you know it when you see it. In part, it's the identification of the problem. It's the review of existing solutions, which identify a gap, and then it's the development of a targeted solution to address that gap. And ideally, it's a solution that has generalizability to others. It's not just unique to one area. So I think it's a function of a process, and so it's not and that's why this technical assistance and incubating, approach, I think yielded innovate. It's not like we figured out how to define what an innovative project looks like. We developed a process that ensured that those stages would go through, so that the solutions that were being entertained had the qualities of having gone through that. Charmel, anything? Oh, go ahead.
I would just add, from my experience in the public sector, that typically innovation doesn't occur inside a company. It tends to come from outside. When you're in the system operating, it's hard to see what it can be innovative or different. You're trying to deliver the same things over and over again. You're not trying to be innovative in most jobs. So you have to create an external environment. So I think in this context, that's where these public-private partnerships can be important, because the needs are in the system. The relationships are mentioned are key. You've got to create a collective action with everybody working together. But I think the ideas may need to come more from outside the system and get vetted within the system, and you're more likely to have more innovative solutions. And so I'm speculating that having the private engagement with the public sector will increase the innovation ideas.
And Commissioner Alvarez, I'd like to also add that, as part of that innovation action plan, one of the things that we're trying to do is, develop a more simplified project summary, and create a discussion guide for reviewers to really understand kind of what it is that we're actually looking for. And when we talk about the public-private piece is, really expanding that technical assistance. And because there is that risk, counties still feel gun shy about failure. That, oh my God, I'm gonna put $1 million into this, and what if it doesn't work? Then I just wasted $1 million? No, we try to help them understand that you're learning from this process. And so I think that there's this, we're working through this process to really support counties in reducing that risk and being able to take the risk to really think differently about the challenges that they experience.
I was just gonna say, in schools, we use the acronym FAIL, stands for First Attempt in Learning. So we should share that with our counselors.
Yeah, you should. I think you just did.
There you go. Right? Start with the basics. We are going to move on to Commissioner Hamlin.
And then a working lunch, and then we're gonna take a break, and there will be lunch on the patio, and then grab your lunch and then come back. So just.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'll like for this one. I want to start off with a saying in the peer and youth movement that many of you know. That's nothing about us without us. And the importance of also youth and peer empowerment at the commission being a broad cross-cutting initiative with many important projects, and also the importance of elevating the youth voice, the family voice, the peer voice, and our diverse communities, our racial and ethnic communities, and LGBT communities, and making sure our efforts are supported and guided by their wisdom. So we've listed many projects here that right now we're going to focus on just 3 youth and peer empowerment projects: the Youth Innovation Project Planning Committee, our fellowships, and the peer certification guide from the Client and Family Leadership Committee. Next slide. So the Commission's Youth Innovation Project was born out of youth-led advocacy at the 2018 Innovation Summit, where youth informed attendees that the youth voice is not represented in the innovation conversation or deliberately sought out in behavioral health policy and programmatic conversations. The Commission formed a Youth Innovation Project Planning Committee in February of 2019 with 14 members, ages 15 to 25 from 12 different counties across California, and brought together those youth that also were diverse representatives of our communities, and myself as the committee chair and Shannon Tarter worked collaboratively with the youth to elevate their voice. We held 19 meetings for training and planning, and gathered survey and focus group information from over 485 California youth to guide the project. We held 3 regional idea labs with youth and county behavioral health departments throughout California to create solutions. The committee focused the project on using innovation and youth-led approaches to increase preventative mental health services in schools. Reoccurring themes uplifted by youth at all 3 idea labs included the implementation of a more robust peer-led mental health curriculum in classes, incorporation of racial equity into curriculum and support services, mentorship between grades, transitional programs to support incoming 9th graders, flexible class settings, later start times, less focus on grades and more focus on overall wellness, youth wellness centers, zones, student voice committees, peer-led group counseling, and increase access to counseling support services on campuses. Ultimately, the committee came up with 3 recommendations to improve youth engagement, including strengthening youth-adult partnerships by moving up the Hart's ladder of youth engagement, incorporating a storytelling element and to increase youth engagement and the creation of innovative ideas, and increasing flexibility and responsiveness to the youth in learning what methods and formatting of engagement work best for them. The committee also created a video capturing the spirit of the first Idea Lab and collected more than 50 multimedia voice pieces from California youth. This project offered important learning opportunities for the commission, including how to work with a youth advisory board, how to empower youth to advocate for state policy changes, and how to infuse youth voice in commission policy and practices. In order to further support counties to include youth at different and important points of planning, and the committee recommended developing a youth engagement toolkit, and several youth are currently working with the Youth Leadership Institute and Shannon to finalize the draft toolkit for review in early 2023. So look forward to that. Next. And according to AB 1134, the commission will have at least 2 fellows with different expertise. The fellowship positions are named after respected mental health leaders, pioneers, advocates in California, the Sally Zimmern Consumer and Rusty Seelix Clinician Fellows. And as you know, the Mental Health Services Act states that people with lived experience should be engaged in all aspects of decision-making regarding mental health policies and programs. Establishing fellowships allows the commission to ensure the expertise of consumers and practitioners are embedded in the commission's operations and work. This fellowship program will help support connections with the practitioner and peer communities around the state by bringing members of those communities into the commission staff for a year. To design the fellowship program, the commission, with support from Dr. Nafee and Deputy Director Norma Pay and Lauren Quintero, established an advisory committee that included 10 members from across the state. The committee met 3 times in the first half of 2022 and offered advice and direction for qualifications, recruitment, hiring, training, and providing professional support and mentoring for the fellows. Last fall, both fellowship positions were officially posted using the state classification of special consultant. And both positions are designed to offer reciprocal learning opportunities for the fellows and the commission. Fellows will learn about commission work and state mental health policy, and the commission will learn how to better infuse the voice of peers and clinicians into policy and practice. Next slide. And last year, members of the Client and Family Leadership Committee, also known as the CFLC, with my fellow Vice Chair Commissioner Chambers and staff Tom Orrick, our Director of Community Engagement and Grants, we worked on a guide for counties to provide and providers to help implement peer support certification. The guide includes resources for peer support specialist certification, education and training, sample job descriptions and templates, contact information and helpful tools, data and links to supportive services. And this work started before we identified Cal Mesa as a certifying body. So as we've been getting more information notices and information from Cal Mesa, we've been discussing that process so we can ensure peer support specialists and family peer support specialists across our state know about the opportunities. The resource guide will also include a history of the peer support specialist movement in California and will add peer art from successful participants of the programs we serve. The CFLC is continually updating the resource guide. So it will be a document that is currently accessible on our MHSOA website, but also updated as we have more information from the state. And so we hope to discuss opportunities to scale peer services statewide in the near future. And so you can access that resource guide right now on our website. And we, you know, the CFLC has done, in addition to the resource guide, we've been involved in the initiatives that the commission would bring to start and make sure their voice is included in those. And one of the things that we all have been discussing was care courts. And ideally moving upstream again, back to our focus of helping prevent the need for that kind of involuntary court process, and really making sure that the resources are available and what's missing. And one of the key things, and why you hear Commissioner Chambers and I and many other peers and members in our community advocate for peer support, peer respites, is because that does also have beds and also is a voluntary access for people. So we want to ensure our communities have more of these voluntary resources to and that have peer specialists working there to walk alongside someone that's in crisis, give them hope, give them support, and make sure the connections to other supports are that they're connected immediately. So we're working on many things, but those are some of our top priorities. And I want to thank all the staff, the stakeholders, the youth, the peers, the families, and the counties and providers that have partnered with us and shared their wisdom on these projects. And we look forward to more participation in all the initiatives. Any questions?
Any questions from? I'd like to make a comment. I want to thank your leadership on this very important. And this very important work. I know you have been very passionate both about the peer services and just our peer consciousness on this commission, and also the youth. You, I know you were front and center when the opportunity came forward. And so, and I know I approached and asked, can I also do some of that with you? So thank you for everything you've done on this. Very much appreciated and admired. So thank you for that. Are there any, and staff too, please, that have worked alongside Commissioner Champlin? Thank you for that. It has been an amazing journey. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, you don't know what you don't know, right? So it was incredible to hear that overview. One thing that I want to say, not wearing my OAC hat, but connected to the OAC hat, is that there is so much attention and opportunity around peer support for young people and how young people can be paid for the incredible supports and services that they provide fellow young people, right? Especially being responsive to young people's voices. And I think this resource guide will be really helpful in helping promote that model across more high schools in the state, and would love to follow up on this new $10 million allocation that's available for peer-to-peer programs for young people that my other hat, Angela Vasquez on our team, is leading. And we're really excited about, and knowing that there's such incredible leadership, not only on this commission, but across the state. And that we could be stronger when we're thinking together about what that could look like. And also this, we get reminded all the time, these are one-time funds, these are one-time funds. Well, investing in young people to be peer leaders is not a one-time act, right? So what does this work over the next few years? How does it contribute to an advocacy strategy so that it is sustainable for the long haul? So, I'm just really excited about that opportunity and to have, the leadership and partnership with you. So thank you.
We look forward to that. There's many, actually, one of the highlights when we went to the mental health in schools, wellness centers in Marin County. That was Marin County. We visited the second school we visited. they really highlighted the youth leadership, and because of the funds that we provided to them, they were able to get so much involvement of the youth, and they are excited to be part of this effort with the commission. So there's, in addition to our Youth Innovation Committee and all the efforts, we're really reaching those youth, and they're looking forward to partner in these efforts with us. So I think we'll have many more youth joining our efforts.
And I'd like to make just a brief comment on why I love this work. What I struggle with a lot of these programs is we struggle around the quantification of the need, or, how much of what we're doing is working or how much is having impact. But what I know in this area of peer-to-peer, I've learned from multiple sources, is given an opportunity to go peer-to-peer or go to a professional therapist, 3/4 of people will start peer-to-peer. And so with that kind of statistic, and to Commissioner Mitchell's comments previously about meeting people and their needs, if that's where they're going, then we need to meet them there. And so this program, and I think a lot of it comes out of our social media growth, and which should reflect on our communication strategy. So much of that is training us and giving us access differently. And so to me, this is a front and center initiative that's really important. And I applaud your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Cannavale. One of the most attended groups for the school mental health project was the peer-to-peer group. And when we went, they said that one was overpacked, like almost, they couldn't fit everybody in the room, like how popular it was for them to get together and have a group and talk about mental health and wellness in a non-stigmatizing way. Not, you got this diagnosis, you got that, or this is your symptoms. It was destigmatizing that kind of language, but more focusing on, I'm struggling with, feeling like getting up in the morning, or I'm crying constantly, but and then having another peer look and say, I'm going through that also, and this is what's helping me, and getting that bond immediately right there in the school setting where they're struggling, to have that other support it's been really beneficial. I got the opportunity to visit one and to see it, how our high level conversations and initiatives actually, is making the impact amongst the lives and the youth that we're.
What I thought was fascinating to learn, this was apparently given birth out of the 2018 Innovation Summit, which causes me to say, if that was the only thing that came out of it, that would make it a huge success, and another good reason why we need to do that again, and hopefully have many more successes like that in the future.
They were phenomenal. They did not shy away from telling us, you didn't include, or you missed us, where are we? And right, they came up there and
That's right. This wasn't a goal of that summit. Youth were pissed off that it wasn't about them. And we said, well, we're sorry, it wasn't about you. And so the question is, well, should we just, tack 5 minutes on the agenda? And we said, no, if we're going to do it, let's do it right. And it has led to, 5 years of increasing investment in youth voice, to school mental health, innovation, through lots and lots of aspects of our work. So it was one of these phenomenal, unanticipated benefits, that conversation.
It'd be
Yeah.
a great model for the commission.
yeah, and the Youth Innovation Committee also, we recruited many youth that represented, wanted to be involved across our state. And when we got together, I think it was maybe the third meeting, I shared a little bit about my story. And then it opened up all of them. They were like, oh, I didn't even know. And then they started sharing, and they shared, I was hospitalized. I was, struggling. I was feeling suicidal. I was so isolated. And we all the bond just got so stronger. I mean, there was tears, there was laughter, but there was this feeling of safety to be able to share that and then work towards the bigger goal of they want to help other youth, in high schools and younger, prevent them from going through what they went through.
And what a great training opportunity for them.
I have one comment, and I think, I think the beauty of something like this on a macro level, if you just saved one kid, from addiction, the courts, homelessness, unemployment, just look at all the systems that you've touched on a macro level, that you've prevented some negative outcome because of something on this, it's so innovative. So just good job.
It was all of it. But thank you.
And I wanted to add, also as part of that Youth Innovation Project Planning Committee, is that several of those youth, and Katara knows who I'm talking about, have gone on to do some really amazing work, but just the advocacy that they have done on behalf of themselves, it's been amazing. And one of them has gone to the White House, Juan Acosta, and it's just been amazing. But also another one is now a member of their county's mental health board. So they are now, paving the way and changing the culture within the counties themselves around youth need a place and a voice and a spot at the table. So it's just been amazing to see how that work has culminated into these great accomplishments. And so.
Could I add one thing?
Please, Anna.
So I just also wanted to highlight another program that we didn't highlight in these three, which is the anti-bullying social media peer-to-peer support network that's headed by Commissioner Chen. I don't know if Commissioner Chen is here with us virtually. And Sarah and I actually work on that project. But to your point, Commissioner Carnevale, that was, I think it's another kind of innovative way to support peer-to-peer support and create this space. We're about to launch, do a soft launch of the peer-to-peer social media space in the next month or two. We have an advisory committee that's majority youth that's informed that project as well. And so just another pathway that we've offered for peer support and youth empowerment.
Yeah, and thank you, Anna, for pointing that out. And we are in Riverside, and I would miss the opportunity if I didn't share that we are in the county that has the most peer support specialists hired. And we have their director of the services, Shannon McCleary Hooper, right there. So thank you, Shannon, also for your leadership in making sure we get peers deployed.
Thank you. So at this time, if there are no other comments from my fellow commissioners, we are going to move into public comment. However, before we do that, we have lunch for the commission outside in the patio. We are going to ask for the public. We're going to go into we're going to have public comment. We're going to ask the public, we're going to have a working lunch. So if you want to go out and get lunch and then come back here and share the work. So we're going to have a working lunch. If you want to go out and get lunch and come back and work with us, free to do that. Meanwhile, we're going to get started with public comment. Did I say that, Claire? We're good with what's happening? Okay, excellent. So if we could start with public comment, is there anybody who would like to make public comment in the room? Thank you. Please. So we are going to have public comment for 3 minutes. Steve, if you would like to just go on ahead. I don't think anybody has our timer. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name's Steve McNally. I'm from Orange County. I am on a behavioral health advisory board. My comments are my own. That was so much to unpack. And I think where I'm going to start is just the latter, peer engagement, which I wasn't really that familiar with until I saw Cayenne present it to this commission. And it talks about manipulation, tokenism, consulted, co-produce, and partnership. And then there's several of these models. And I think when we don't talk to each other, we can't really collaborate, and we can't collaborate unless we all feel safe. So when I look at you all, I think a model exists here where how an elected sheriff and a Department of Education could work together. I can't legislate cooperation. I can't even fund cooperation in California. We don't, even that we spend so much money and have so little data or specifics is amazing. So I could cover so many areas, but I guess I'll just focus on a few. One is if we could just tighten down the OAC with all the influence to the Planning Commission that has 7 agencies that provides tons of information and then mostly citizens. And I think by statute, you are part of that. And then the 900 plus local boards that maybe you ever attended or not attended or asked for minutes. Also include 59 electeds. And as the money comes down, we may have money that we can't even implement because of the restrictions that are on it. The confusion, who has housing? Almost everybody has housing money. And it's very hard. And so accountability between medical, incredibly accountable. Police, pretty accountable. Behavioral health, not so accountable. Hospitals could do crisis stabilization units. I've heard Empath's great model. I saw it here, but then I also heard double bills. We have sobering stations available. We have hospitals that don't want them. So, you know, also, the last thing I'll say is public-private partnerships. We have a great one in our county. Almost $100 million of public money. Not so much private money. So maybe every county needs to have an entity that allows money to flow through. And if you allow bottom up, since all families self-stigma, when I tell my story, it allows people to feel safe to tell their story. So if you're a fan of Simon Sinek and Brené Brown, you might be a fan of what I say. If you're not, or don't know who they are, look them up. It's vulnerability, and it's also asking not being afraid to look stupid in public. Ask the question. California's problem is self-stigma.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comment. Thank you.
Well, before we change the culture, it really doesn't depend how much more money we allocate, because nobody really wants to work together. And we need to identify the champions across the state and start linking us together. So thank you for, I always feel safe here. So thank you for allowing me to voice an opinion, and have a great day.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, and I'm sorry, Mariani, I didn't read through the part, so I can. So now is the time the members of the public may request to make a public comment on the agenda item number 2 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make your request to comment now. Also, please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Mariani, are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. And Mariani, please open. You did. Sorry, I know. I'm going backwards. Go on ahead. Okay.
So we have 3 public comments. And the first is Richard. Oh, Lester, can you unmute Richard? And then you can go ahead, Richard.
Good afternoon, everyone. My concerns with the school's wellness center is the population that targets special education students. So any student that have a mental illness is technically eligible for special education services. I don't want to see the school districts hand off to the wellness center to do their job for them when they are primarily responsible to assess, determine, and provide the services to that particular student with a mental illness. Just for you guys to be aware of. Secondly, the data documentation reporting, like Station mentioned yesterday, the demographics, it needs to be included with all programs and services across the board with all funded programs. That's the only way you're going to measure who's being served throughout our communities. Third, the CARE Act. The CARE Act is not intended to be utilized with the Mental Health Services Act funding. It's not. Go back and look at the legislation. It's stated there. I'm aware that this is a debatable issue. I'm aware that this is a political position that's being taken and ignoring the intention of the MHSA Act. Commissioners, look it up. I think the commissioners and the leadership team needs to review this carefully. And I realize that it is being partly funded, utilizing the MHSA funding. Third, the peer movement. It's a shame that we have to wait until the peer certification happen for peer programs to happen. It should have never been that way. The peer movement should have happened all along since the inception of this oversight commission. Look at the state of Oregon, where they have provided incredible peer support programs across the state. Look at their model. We could have done that all along, utilizing the MHSA dollars. As a person with lived experience, as a former peer counselor, this works. Lastly, the CPP with the counties. I'm not discrediting her, but there are counties out there that do not like the CPP requirement because they do not want the public participation regarding the needs of the mental health community. County's director wants to do their own way, the old way. Let me design what I think I need. Let me try to get much of the dollars funded with the county so that we don't have to use the general dollars that the county required to use to fund their positions. So the Oversight Commission needs to take responsibility and accountability in measuring and monitoring whether the CPP is being done. It's in the act and it's not being monitored. So you need to take accountability for that. Not all counties do 5% of their
Thank you, Richard. Your
CPP
time is up.
funding.
Please wrap up your comment.
All right, so with the CPP, this is my major disappointment with the Oversight Commission not monitoring it, that it needs to be monitored. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next, we have Pashi. Your line is open.
Thank you so much. It's so good to see everyone. I want to thank you for the quality of your hybrid meeting today. And I do hope that you continue to do hybrid meetings. While I would be the first person to say that I would love to be in person. There's so many benefits to being in person. As I have worked with people across the state, I have heard over and over that one of the few, if any, benefits of COVID was that so many people who couldn't be involved ordinarily have been able to be involved in meetings like this because of the virtual presence. So thank you. I wanted to, there's so much I could speak on, but many people mentioned mental health stigma. And I have been involved in mental health stigma programs or reduction in mental health stigma programs for the past 14 years. And something that has come to light as my role of cultural broker on the Out for Mental Health project, which is funded as one of your stakeholder advocacy projects by the MHSOAC, is that while there is some mental health stigma that is absolutely cultural and societal and is real and needs to be dealt with, there is a difference between mental health stigma and fear. And what we have heard at the listening sessions that I've conducted is that while they have specifically been with LGBTQ folks, for example, I've had listening sessions with people who are Black, Indigenous, people of color, who are immigrants. And what I hear from them and have been hearing from them is the real fear that if they engage in mental health services, they will be involved in mandated reporting or they will be 5150'd. And research has now begun to come to light that actually, for example, African Americans are overrepresented in the number of 5150s in at least the counties that were researched. I'm going to guess it happens other places too. Also, people who are immigrants have a terrible fear that either they or their child will say something that could create an immigration problem for them. And those fears are justified. I do realize that confronting institutional racism and implicit bias is a much heavier lift than just putting up billboards to address, you know, hey, you should get mental health services. There's no shame in it. But I would really like to bring this to the attention of the commission and hope that as you look at mental health stigma, that you keep these fears in mind and that we have an opportunity to explore how can we reduce the use of mandated reporting, 5150s, or reporting around immigration status when someone is seeking out mental health services so that those fears can be addressed and no longer occur. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the rest of today.
Thank you, Pashi. Good to see you.
Okay, and last we have, one moment. Stacy, I'm not sure if you still wanted to comment.
Yes. If that's okay, I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Yes, your line's unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay. Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. Really want to thank Pashi for her comments and Richard as well. The presentation, as Chair Madrigal-Weiss said, was very informative, and it is so broad and so informative. I don't feel like I want to comment on any one aspect, because I do think I want the commission to know that although I do come up and have many, many suggestions, I do believe that the commission and the staff do very good work. On that note, I really want to echo what Pashi said about this hybrid meeting. I know I don't go to a lot, but this hybrid meeting is like the gold standard. It's fabulous as a participant, not there. The cameraman, excuse me, that was not gender neutral. The people handling the cameras, whoever they are, they are fabulous, because you know, you have the screen on the presentation, but when there's extended conversation or somebody's talking, they flash the camera on them. So whoever it is, it's fabulous. And I hope that your other meetings can be like this, because it is. I would prefer to be there in person too, and I love that hotel. But anyway, I just want to compliment your Zoom, all your technical operations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. There's a lot of smiles here in the room, and everybody appreciates the compliment. So thank you so much. We appreciate that.
And that was
They
our,
happen to be cameramen, but camera persons nonetheless. We appreciate it. Sheriff Brown clarified. So thank you for that. Amaniani.
that was the final public comment.
All right, that was the final public comment. So at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. And we will come back in 15 minutes. See you all then. And we'll have a working lunch. So hopefully go get your lunch. We'll see you in 15.
Drive myself crazy.
Looking for my phone.
Please continue to enjoy your food as we have planned this as a working lunch. And yet we still have some critical groundwork to cover before the end of the day. I would like to spend a few minutes now discussing where we go from here. When I first became chair of this commission in early 2022, I met with commissioners to better understand the interests and priorities. I found out that many wanted to learn more about the commission's initiatives and how they related to our strategic plan. I heard that you wanted to better understand our portfolio, our resources, and our staff. You told me that you wanted our work to be clear, effective, and relevant. You told me you wanted to engage in transformational change of the mental health system. In this regard, I think our discussions have been very informative and enlightening. We actually started things yesterday with a briefing on the governor's proposed budget as it relates to mental health and an update on the commission's mid-year spending plan. One moment, I'm going to change glasses. All right. This set the stage for understanding our financial resources, which sets up the foundation for making priorities down the road. We then moved to today's conversations, which began with an overview of the Commission's 2020 through 23 strategic plan, including the process that was used to develop the plan and the progress we have made toward meeting our objectives. Staff then led us in a discussion on transformational change anchored by the Commission's 2020 through 23 strategic goals of vision, data, and community. Staff also reminded us of the levers of transformational change, including policy, fiscal alignment, capacity building, research, evaluation and data, community engagement, and communication. We then discussed some of the Commission's most significant initiatives, which we were able to frame into some broad categories, including youth empowerment and school mental health, prevention and early intervention initiatives, broad-based public health inspired work such as workplace mental health and suicide prevention. Doing so, we tied each of these initiatives to the Commission's strategic objectives, shared key accomplishments, challenges, and next steps, and were enlightened on critical cross-cutting work by Commission staff that further advances our mission but stretches beyond our existing strategic goals. These foundational efforts encompass such programs as advocacy grants, communications, strategic partnerships, fellowship programs, policy and legislation, program review, racial equity and transparency. It's a lot. And the staff should be recognized for their hard work and the additional demands placed upon them by the legislature, the governor, and even our own commissioners. Staff also reminded us of some of the key takeaways of our strategic goals. Firstly, the Commission will advance a shared vision for reducing the consequences of mental health needs and improving well-being, and promote the strategies, capacities, and commitment required to realize that vision. Secondly, the Commission will advance data and analysis that will better describe desired outcomes, how resources and programs are attempting to improve those outcomes, and elevate opportunities to transform and connect programs to improve results. And thirdly, the Commission will catalyze improvement in state policy and community practice by providing information and expertise, facilitating networks and collaboratives, and identifying additional opportunities for continuous improvement and transformational change. We also explored key initiatives and opportunities as measured by lifespan from early childhood to transition age youth and finally to older adults. We focused on upstream efforts that reduce negative outcomes, including hospitalization, homelessness, and incarceration. And we better understand the various roles of Commission staff. We looked at the Commission org chart and identified key staff. Next, Commissioner Dave Gordon, well, actually Tom did for Dave Gordon, shared his vision of transformational change through a discussion on school mental health and programs and activities. Then Commissioner Danovich engaged us in a discussion on building capacity to drive change through innovation projects and the relationship between the Commission and county behavioral health districts. This was followed by a conversation led by Commissioner Tamplin, where we learned about groundbreaking work that establishes a new employment classification for peers in California state government and other commission initiatives that put peers front and center. This was followed by our staff facilitated conversation around a Mental Health Wellness Act, formerly known as triage, and our efforts on prevention and early intervention, suicide prevention, and work plan mental health. How's that for a summary? All of this was a wonderful foundation to the important work that we do and the priorities that we have established. However, the question remains, where do we go from here? In other words, what should our priorities be for the remainder of this year? Later today, we will begin a conversation about starting the strategic planning process for 2024 through 2027. However, before doing so, we need to focus on the rest of this year. Historically, this commission, and in particular, our commissioners, have participated in 10 commission meetings per year. We have also conducted site visits, community forums, committee and subcommittee meetings, and other community engagements. These activities not only connected us with our staff and the mental health community, they also helped us identify our priorities and shape our portfolio. Unfortunately, the pandemic took a tremendous toll on our ability to fully engage in many of these events. And instead, we were forced into 4-hour virtual meetings, limiting the time and attention we could give to significant work as a commission. As the restraints of COVID are lessening, we are now in a position to discuss and evaluate whether to return to full day or even multi-day commission meetings, site visits, and other community engagements. This is our commission and our priorities, and the time and attention we give to the commission should reflect the same. Even so, there is a tension between all that we want to do and the resources available to do it. Just in terms of commission meetings, we have significant challenges and choices to make. I would like to share the simple chart that identifies the tentative schedule for 2023 commission meetings and a potential list of initiatives that we have identified as priorities for this year. I am sure that you will not be surprised to observe that there are more options than there is available time. As I mentioned, there are typically 10 commission meetings per year, but we are presently in the midst of this important prioritization and strategic planning meeting for January, and we already have tentative plans for February that include the impacts of firearm violence project and the mental health in the workplace report. In March, we anticipate spending significant time on the prevention and early intervention report, as well as the PEI implementation plan and establishing a process for discussing, evaluating, and considering PEI priorities. Then in April and May, we are considering such things as the MHSSA update and discussion, an anti-bullying update, and an FSP site visit panel discussion. And because the commission does not typically meet in June or December, we are only left with 5 commission meetings to tackle all of our remaining priorities. Do we want to focus on PEI, FSP, MHSSA, innovation, youth engagement, firearm violence, mental health in the workplace, EPI plus, peers, criminal justice, a youth summit, an innovation summit, or other priorities? Yes, 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 yes. These are just some of the examples that we could choose, as there are likely others that you think are important as well. What is really important and what we will turn our attention to shortly is the process for how we should set these priorities. In my mind, there are several questions we should ponder. What are the existing or planned activities for 2023? What issues do you want to see the commission address? How can the commission effectively build on its existing progress? What factors or metrics should the commission apply towards prioritization? Are there any accomplishments or lessons learned that could impact prioritization? Are there priorities of the governor or legislature that we should consider? These are just some of the questions that I'm offering. There will likely be others that you think are important as well. Whatever the case, I think we need to engage in a thoughtful exercise about the commission's priorities and the difficult resource choices we need to make to be effective in this year. And have the best chance to make transformational change in the mental health system. So as you finish up your lunch, y'all stopped eating when now we're thinking. Right? So as you finish up your lunch, we will now have a commission-led conversation about this next year's priorities. I'm going to ask Toby to help facilitate this conversation, but I will also like to remind everyone that we have commission leadership staff present for this discussion, and I invite you to ask questions and engage them in any way that will help you make this conversation effective and help us make the difficult but necessary choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we can go back one slide, just we put this together just to remind you of kind of the paths or the opportunities that involve, you know, your time. So the 10 commission meetings that we have each year, as you pointed out, as the chair pointed out, some we have met half day, we've met full day, or in this month we've met two-day meetings. And we try to, as you can see, squeeze as much value and energy in these meetings. The subcommittees meet separately from the full commission. The benefit of that is it allows us to do additional work. The downside is only the commissioners who are on the subcommittee typically attend those. You're all invited to all of these meetings, but you know, in recognition of that it is a subcommittee, right? And so the prevent early intervention, impacts of firearm violence, workplace mental health and innovation are subcommittees, meaning the membership is only commissioners. We also have committees that involve commissioners and members of the public, people who are not part of the commission, anti-bullying, children's committee, client family leadership, cultural and linguistic competency, early psychosis, research and evaluation. You have a lot of discretion in, like, some of these were required under statute, some of these you create. And so they also, you know, it's that the value of process, of engagement, of learning and listening. And then site visits, we've done, I think 3 empath site visits. We did the firearm violence site visit with the LA Reach team that I mentioned earlier. We are, and the next slide, you'll see that we're planning another firearm violence site visit. We're planning a site visit to full service partnerships. Tom mentioned the school mental health work. We did an early psychosis site visit. I think Commissioner Carnevale, you participated in that one. And so there, you know, the potential for more site visits, you know, those are highly effective ways to engage with community members that we might not otherwise see. There have been conversations around site visits to homeless encampments, to state hospitals, to understand the, you know, how someone ends up in a state hospital under an IST designation, to mental health courts. We visited the Twin Towers, LA County Jail 5 years ago, I believe, right? So site visits can be highly effective. It's time, right? Takes time though. And then we do, you know, the community engagement or open listening sessions or our collaborative meetings. You know, we've done them on things like the Mental Health Wellness Act or identify opportunities. So the community engagement happens in all kinds of ways, right? It can be really big forums where there's 300 or 400 people. They can be small focus groups where we sit down with a subset of the population, very specifically identified, and create a safe space for those conversations. Some of those can be open to the public, or they can be private so that we can create a safe space. One of the in the Criminal Justice Project, we did a very sensitive project with members of the transgender community who had been justice involved in San Francisco. And we made sure that it was private and closed, and we worked with a cultural broker and right. And so, you know, all of the above. So we put this out here just to remind you of the array of tools you have to gather information, to listen, to learn, and to make decisions, right, in the form of committees, subcommittees, and commission meetings. And then you know, an honest reflection is the following slide. There you go. Thank you. You know, this is on the left is the calendar as it sits today. And so we do have a site visit planned for next month. Typically, the site visit is either the day before or the day after a commission meeting, or the commission meeting is half day, so that the other half of the day is dedicated for a site visit. So, these are all choices about the most valuable thing you have is your time and attention, right, on for this work. And some of the items on the right, we are required to have a strategic plan. And, as the last time we did this, we had many community meetings, and there were a couple of those really involved the commission. And certainly, we want to make sure that we can do strategic planning within your 10-meeting year calendar, or we can do strategic planning in addition to 10-meeting calendar, right? Community engagement and establish key metrics is generally not required. It's not mandatory, but it is, the community engagement part clearly, cuts across all of our work, but it's the key metric piece. We've talked about that over and over and over again. We have not dedicated your time to the community engagement around those discussions. PEI priorities, it is an opportunity allowed under the law. It's not required. The youth mental health convening, not required. Most of these at the top are discretionary. The workplace mental health report adoption is required by law. The full service partnerships report is required by law, but it's not required that it be on your agenda other than the adoption of the report. So, so you do have, like the Mental Health Wellness Act priorities. If we don't spend the money will revert. We don't actually lose it. It just never leaves the fund, and it's repurposed for something else. So our general perception or value is we spend money well, and if we can't spend it well, let's just leave it in the fund. And so, but you do have an opportunity, and that's such a powerful tool of the commission to shape perspective and practice and really drive change. So I just wanted to add that there's a lot of tension here between your commitment, how do we use your time best? And we wanted to get some guidance from you about, how can we begin to populate the balance of the commission's calendar in ways that are really responsive to your priorities, your needs, and recognize that tension between time commitment and impact.
I have a quick question. So the third column is what's actually on the agenda. Correct?
Yeah, so our goal is to have a 3-month rolling calendar of commission meetings planned. So we know what's coming, so we can, alert our partners, arrange speakers. And so what's tentative, because it has to be finalized by the chair, is that we would have panels on impacts of firearm violence, right?
I'm wondering, given the opportunity to collaborate with the AG's office around impacts of firearm violence, I'm wondering if that's something we should push. I mean, I want to do it, but I also want to do it well. And we have this opportunity now to collaborate that I wasn't aware of before now. So I don't know that can happen before next month. Or do we want to do 2, or can we just push it so that we have that opportunity?
So typically in a project like this, we do at least 2 public hearings on the topic. Usually the first one is sort of a level setting around it's sort of a presentation of the landscape. What is firearm violence? What do the data say? What do we know? What don't we know? What are second public hearing that focuses on what kinds of solutions might the commission be thinking about, right? We don't want to talk about solutions without identifying problems. So in our head, we're setting aside 2 public hearings for this. Now, this work is not driven by a statutory mandate or a budget direction. It's self-directed by the commission. So you can decide how quickly you want to wrap that work up. or how much you want to slow it down.
So just so I'm understanding. That meeting will be a double duty, so it'll be a public hearing and it will be a business meeting?
So, thank you for asking that question. So when we say business meeting, it helps us think about what the purpose of the meeting is. And so in our mind, this is just it's like an in-house term, that a business meeting refers to approving innovation plans, approving contracts, or if you have to make a decision on something, it's sort of your normal business. Versus, so some of these meetings are primarily, especially if it's a half day, it's really about, we've got 3 innovation plans and we've got to put some, some things in front of you, right? Versus these kind of vision setting, policy driven meetings, which are more about learning and engaging and, building the foundation for decision making later on. So every meeting is considered a business meeting because we're likely to have some transaction that has to happen, a public vote. There's no public vote on the Firearm Violence Project until it comes up for report. So the business reflects decision making. And so in our minds, we reserve every one of these meetings as having a business component. Some of them only have that component. Does that make sense? Sorry, it's confusing.
So, a couple thoughts. One is in thinking about how we want to calendar the year. I would encourage us to hearken back to our strategic plan and to think about that this is the 3rd year of the 3-year strategic plan, or 3 or 4 year strategic plan.
It's the last final year.
The final year. So, we should think about what we set out some goals, some objectives, and some measurable initiatives. And how are we doing in terms of implementing them? Are they still the right ones? The world might have changed, but we should think about how we use this tool of our meetings to advance those objectives. And yes, there are some things we have to do in our meetings. But one of the things we didn't do today was, review and approve plans. I don't think we have often a very significant, it's not always the best use of our time to do that. And I think having, at least for me, the opportunity to step back and think strategically about what work the commission is doing and what opportunities it has is a really useful opportunity and good use of our in-person time. So I would want to advocate for 2 things. One, using our strategic plan to make decisions around how we manage our time over the course of the year. And then 2, dedicating time during the year, during our first strategic planning discussions, so that we can take stock of where we've come and where we need to go, and we can make adjustments.
So, kind of 2, a question for our team and a comment. Again, when we have done strategic planning in the past, the one time that I participated in that, we dedicated a couple of meetings. Now, they don't have to be this meeting. It could be a committee or something along those lines. But the tension of the trade-off there is, if there's a subset of commissioners involved, then we run the risk that the commissioners who aren't involved are less supportive and engaged of that plan, and that plan is less reflective of those commissioners who don't participate. So that's one priority, which is why we put at the top, that if we're going to do strategic planning in 2023 to support the next round, then we should think about, especially towards the end of the year, reserving a couple of these. That doesn't mean that's the only thing we do that day, but it means that's like the core piece. And then the other question, Sharmell keeps a meticulous list of the pending work that is happening in innovation. And so, can you talk a little bit about what we know is coming?
Yeah, so we currently have, again, with one caveat, as we get near to the end of the fiscal year, we are inquiring with counties who has funds that are at risk of reversion in that fiscal year, but we've encouraged counties and I've given them deadline by March 15th to submit those plans so that we won't have to incur, say, a June meeting for that reason. So to date, we have 16 innovation plans in the queue. 4 of them are able to be reviewed under delegated authority. So then that would leave 12. So 12 that need to be calendared between now and now and May. So for February, we currently have 4 that are potentially going to be on
Are any of those multi-county?
no,
So,
We just.
some of them are
So
extension.
with I'll give a hypothetical. I don't think how we review and approve a plan is prescribed. So if, in looking at our strategic objectives, we were to determine that we need a lot more time spent doing other things, we could, review 12 plans in a single session and have a much more succinct review process that's tailored to. So I think that's where.
the consent calendar, for example, can be highly efficient, assuming that the items are non-controversial and supported. And yeah, I just wanted to say that we typically try to be very responsive. We do not want to be the reason, like our calendaring does not want to be the reason that a county had to revert dollars. Even though we recognize that, good planning needs to be done on all sides of this work. So what did you say, 16? So total of 16, plans that are in the queue. So to your point, that would be maybe a day, or again, if it's consent, it could be actually relatively fast. Typically, they don't all mature at the same time, right? If we're doing our typical, as you saw yesterday, it took a couple of hours to do 2 plans. So we really put you get 30 minutes. Our default is 30 minutes a plan. Sometimes we stick to that, sometimes we don't.
How do you utilize the focusing upstream that one chart?
Commissioner, please use your microphone. Thank you.
So, how do we utilize the focusing upstream to help build our, calendaring a work plan? Because to me, and if I look at focusing upstream and the way you have, or staff has put together, the work that has been done, that kind of prioritizes it in terms of the effectiveness of prevention in some aspect, or addressing the issues as in a manner that impacts our stakeholders, our clientele, the people that we are really here doing the work for. I absolutely think that the focusing upstream, however we can utilize this for the work, is how we should consider that in some manner of priority, if that makes sense.
It does. I mean, we don't necessarily think specifically through that lens. We start with, it's not that we can't. If we
Help me.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
made sense to me. You
No,
guys
I'm-
put it together.
things I'm gonna defer to staff. So we really think about what has to happen in a timely manner based on, you have 10 meetings, we'll say 8 hours a day, that's 80 hours. First, how can those 80 hours be dedicated to the things that have to get done because the law says so, or there's a significant financial implication? So we don't necessarily think through that prevention upstream in terms of your 80 hours. That doesn't mean we don't think about that in terms of the portfolio. We absolutely think about that in terms of the portfolio. But, much of the work around the PEI project, for example, happened outside of the commission's full meeting. It happened through the subcommittee and individual commissioners and, you know, our incredible staff team, right? So we start with what is absolutely mandatory, and it creates an urgent or an emergency kind of situation. That's the prevention we do. Let's not go to jail because we have done our, you know, legal duty to adopt a report or produce something, right? And then we say, well, what has to happen in order to support decision-making that is necessary 6 months from now or 12 months from now, right? In other words, giving you a firearm violence set of recommendations that is going to be edgy and successful is going to require robust engagement with the community and you. So we got to dedicate some time for that. It's like the strategic planning. If we want to be ready to adopt a new strategic planning report in November or January, what do I have to do now? And then there's other things that are useful and interesting and helpful. We get requests every month, it feels like, from organizations who want to get on your agenda. And we say 80 hours. I say 80 hours. What are we going to do with your 80 hours? So we try to, so it's not really the, you know, how do we work upstream and
Hi, everyone. It looks like we temporarily lost the connection. We'll be getting back on pretty soon here. Thanks.
Priority areas, but this is just, to me, it's just laid out so well to help us shape the most impact of those who we are here for. And so again, I know we have projects in between. We have the innovation plans, which I think could be put on consent calendar. That's a very effective tool. I would like to, you know, for my one little vote or thought, I think this just lays it out just so well. But I know that there are big projects in between all of these areas, but your leadership has really brought us here to this structural process and this structural thinking and planning. I would just love to stay in this direction. I don't know how we do that, given what's already on the plate, but I just think this is beautiful for our stakeholders, our clients, families, all of that.
So let me
just jump in. I mean, I take your point, Commissioner Mitchell. The way I think of it is our objective is to serve all people in California. And in order to do that, we have to pick, we can't do everything, so we have to pick the highest priorities. Everything we're doing today is interesting.
Yeah.
Every project we talk about is interesting in helping people. The challenge I've got is at this stage in the Mental Health Commission, I haven't seen us be able to quantify what impacts we're having and which ones are having how much impact, and some are having more impact than others. And with a lack of that data, it's a little hard to choose that you should pick one or the other. So that is a problem. To Commissioner Danovich's point, a lot of our time is spent on the projects that we review, but it's not clear whether those projects that we're reviewing are high priority projects or not. You suggested going through the lens of the PEI, which is a kind of an indirect way of thinking, well, if we get involved earlier in the cycle, that might have more impact. And I like that. That's an interesting thought, an interesting way to do it. So I'm a bit of a dilemma. I personally think that our time is consumed by the projects without thinking much about the strategy. So I would like to, over time, be able to find a way to spend more time on the strategic thinking of, are we doing the right priorities? Like we were just having a side topic conversation about why are we not doing more with the connection between drug use and mental health and the crises related to that. It's just yet one. And we talked earlier about the insurance problems. There's still a bunch of problems. Apparently there's 336 problems and we've only covered 30. So I don't know what all that means yet, except that we're chewing up a lot of time, or what one of my CEOs likes to say, it feels a little bit sometimes like we're confusing busyness with success. So I like this idea of tying back to our strategy and just making sure everything we do is in the right strategic order. And I don't know that we have a good sense of that. Maybe the staff can help us better figure that out. So out of this list, we have a better sense of that. And sometimes you take an outlier that's not as high a priority, but it has a lot of potential or something like that. But those are the frustrations I feel from our process. But it doesn't feel like we control our time. It feels like we're controlled by the projects that are laid in front of us. And so I would like, a typical board, at least that I'm used to, spends a little more time on strategy in order to get to the maximum impact of the people we're trying to serve. So it's not I wasn't suggesting an answer because I don't know the right answer, but that's the way I think of the problem that we're faced with process wise.
Now that was a better answer, Toby. Thank you. No, and I don't want to sound like I'm just stuck on the PEI based on this chart, but this was to me very clear with where we've been, and what appears to possibly work. But strategy is important also.
Yeah,
So
it's
absolutely.
good, but the question is, could it be better? And that's what I think we're trying to struggle with. I would be curious to hear from the staff. Does the staff feel like we can approach this in a more strategic way besides or maybe maybe the strategy is already imbued in this list and we just don't quite see it or understand it.
As we talk about early psychosis, and we talk about school mental health, and we talk about all COVID drop-in centers, but one of the things is interesting to strategize about is continuum of care. How does one help the other? How do we help you who come into the schools, or a 0 to 5 program, early identification, so that we can avoid the downstream services? I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but we have programs together that we're trying to link together in some way, but.
Well, you guys are doing most of the work. So part of the question is, how can we support you the best? There are various program experts, but collectively, we're supposed to be giving you some better thinking. And so how can we do that? How can we support you better?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like we have an opportunity maybe to, the help, I think, what would be helpful is to hear about how we can have a more coordinated system of care in California.
Yeah.
you know, seeing our current projects, how could they fit together better? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we just got a first sense of that by looking at all of them. I've learned an order of magnitude more than I knew walking in here today.
I think if we have a strategy that of items that come forward to the commission will be helpful for us internally because then we know what you're expecting from us. And then we can prepare better. We'll have more time to think through and make create meaningful materials to bring forward to the commission. Because sometimes that's, the issue is we decide on what we're gonna have on the agenda and then we're, running to try to get the materials ready for the meeting. And we don't have a lot of time to think through. But if we had a strategy for what like an agreed upon plan or what's going to come to the commission for the next year, it really helps us internally to work together as a team. Like this was a tremendous team project, bringing this strategic plan forward. And just, we learned so much about each other internally. And the way that we came together as a team is something that I've never seen in any other organization that I've worked for. And it was just a great experience for us. And I think that if we could work together to bring things forward to you in that way, it would really help us.
Yeah, I love that it all came together like that. But to me, it's chicken and egg because you're asking us what we want, but I don't know I'm thinking you better know what the people in California need than I do for sure. And so I'm looking for you to some degree to recommend what should our priorities be based on what people need, not based on as a commissioner, what I think it is.
And I think that that's the plan we would bring to you, like we would come back to you, continue this process and come back to you with a plan and then have you adopt that plan. And then that way we have our work laid out for the year and then we could prioritize internally a little better, I think.
And if I could just say something too, based on what Commissioner Carnevale is saying. I agree with that, what you're saying, Commissioner. So I'm a part of many of these committees, as you know, because I think everything's important and then I'm exhausted, but it's one of those questions. We come here, we meet, but you're living it, you're breathing it every day, right? This is your job. And so when you ask us, I think the thought is we're also asking for your guidance because as Commissioner Carnevale just said, this is what you're seeing, breathing, hearing every day. And yet we go back to, I was just having a conversation with Commissioner Alvarez, we go back to the data and how we don't have it. And so yet we're asking you and going through the whole process of the PEI report, our first ask is that we start to collect data or we enhance our data systems. So I feel like we're just going back and, back and forth, because we don't have the information. So we can make educated guesses. We have some information, but even then we're making jumps for those missing pieces. So I don't know the answer. I mean, I want to align that. I know, Toby, and I wish it was almost like, and tell me if I'm missing this, color coded. There's the law that we have to do. That'd be easier to flesh out here. What do we have to do? But then how do we start to prioritize? Because I like the consent idea too. And if we need to pull out, we'll pull out. But there's other things that we could be doing that would be, even more effective than when we're currently sitting. Yeah. And I appreciate what you're saying, Norma, giving us some ideas, but I think still it would want to come from, we do represent. So it would be a together thing, not just,
Right.
So
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
In follow-up to Chairman Madrigal's comment, because I want to agree with what everybody is saying in that if these are our projects that we are working on, the report from staff can be, how does this project meet goal 1, goal 2, goal 3? And just on the conversation and what we've seen thus far, we've done very little on goal 2. And goal 2 is really where we can be held accountable as a commission to providing the public with the information that they need to hold those of us that have a little bit of power accountable, right? To getting services out, to getting dollars out to community. And to the chair's point, you know, we say we want better data, but that's already here. We're looking to you to tell us how. Is that through rulemaking? Is that through notices of information? Is that through, like, I don't even know what accountability looks like within our scope as a commission. And you tell us that, and we then give you the direction of, all right, we're going rulemaking. It's gonna take 2 years, but we're going rulemaking, right? Like, and I think that could feel more substantive at the end of the year to say we initiated these 3 processes and,
Right.
and even if it is gonna happen in 2 years, right? I hope that makes sense.
It did. So, so we have worked, diligently on strategic goal 2. That doesn't mean we've been successful, right? So I just want to clarify, right? So, so if I, let me just suggest, because there's, 2 things we wanted to get done today in the balance of this meeting. One was, in addition to what we did this morning, this conversation and give us some guidance in terms of, the calendar and strategic opportunities. The second conversation is to kind of have a conversation about expectations for the strategic planning process. And these are related in the sense that there are some things that can happen this year and some things that can, that are not related to the strategic planning process. And there's some priorities that we can include in the strategic planning process for the next 4 years, because some of this isn't going to happen in 9 months or 10 months or, 11 months, at the balance of the year. But, hearing what Commissioner Mitchell is saying about work upstream, Commissioner Alvarez and Commissioner Danovich and Commissioner Carnavale around focusing on the initiatives that we've already adopted, and finding some balance with sort of what's urgent and mandatory. It feels like there's 4 priorities that we could highlight. And this does not mean that the other stuff doesn't get done. It means that the other stuff isn't the focus of your most valuable time, because it can still happen in committee work or staff work or community engagement. So, the first would be full service partnerships, because we're directed by law to produce a report in a couple of years. But it reflects Commissioner Mitchell's looking at that upstream map. Now, it's not the most upstream, but it is the most important node before someone is hospitalized, homeless, or incarcerated, right? So it's clearly a tertiary prevention. Commissioner Danovich was sharing this morning, right? And so we're already planning to do some work. Commissioner Rolette is helping with this site visit. So we would put together a game plan for you and certainly for the chair to review that would prioritize some of the FSP work between now and November. The second would be clearly the strategic planning process for the future. At least 1, maybe 2 commission meetings to really engage on the strategic plan. The third piece would be the metrics, to Commissioner Alvarez's point. In other words, we have, I don't want to say exhausted our capacity as staff to kick that loose, but we've pushed pretty hard, and it might be time for us to engage you and to basically bring some of the decision makers in and ask tough questions about why is this so hard? Because the data we're trying to use isn't our data, it's other people's data. And so between a combination of establishing, doing community engagement and having you bless some key metrics, and in that process, giving you clarity of the kind of roadblocks that we have faced and what some of the structural issues are, so that we can, drive that change in ways that we need to drive it. This is more about the culture of government and our partners than it is about technology and access. It's just less important than other things. So it is neglected. It's not that we know how to do data. It's just not happening, or it is happening. Like on the FSP data, where they overlap, we know the data are available, but they're not where they're supposed to be. So we go to the state and we said, hey, give us the database that's supposed to show you FSPs. They give it to us and 3/4 of it is missing. And they go, eh. And so we want to try to track it down. So what we've proposed in the report that we presented yesterday is to get the parties together, the people who, ask peers, ask people who are enrolled in FSPs, what's most important to understand? What data is gathered from the individual? Track the data to the provider, from the provider to the county, from the county to the state, from the state to the commission. Where did it fall off, right? And so key metrics would be important. The other piece of that, as I heard you talk earlier today, is this opportunity to, for example, develop some independent sources of data like a survey. We may be able to afford that, particularly on the school mental health side because of the MHSSA funding that we have, to start asking questions, particularly of students, about stigma and trust. I work with a youth group in Sacramento that my daughter helped form, Youth Mental Health. They did a webinar. They had 350 young people and they built a survey in. And they worked with UC Davis researchers with Dr. Aguilar Gaxiola. And he said they got more robust data on attitudes from high school students than he has ever seen. And one of the questions they asked is, who would you most trust to engage? And you won't be surprised that they said their peers and their families. Teachers were last, which says we've got some work to do in terms of, how we support young people to work with each other. So we could come back to you, through this process. We could, metrics would be the third. And then the fourth would be the firearm violence. And Commissioner Bunch, your willingness to sort of put that off and develop the more robust engagement with the AG's office. If we did those four things in the balance of time that we have, in addition to the other work we have to do, the Mental Health Wellness Act funding, right? The advocacy, you still have business to do, right? Allocating resources, reviewing innovation plans. I think we could live within that, but it would mean some other things either wouldn't get done or would have to be done, with outside of this venue.
And I appreciate you sharing that the Mental Health Wellness Act priorities is considered under business.
Yeah.
Because that is funding that we don't, I know if we don't use it, it doesn't goes back, we don't lose it, but still we lose the opportunity to act on it where the need is highest on those 3 areas. So I like the ideas that you.
But this is so typically what we've done there is we've had a presenter or two come and present a game plan that you then say, we like that, right? And so typically that's about an hour and a half of your day, right? And so the question is, on peer respite, for example, would we need to do that? Or would you just ask staff to give you a proposal that you would review in a public meeting and bless? The SUD is a little more challenging because peer respite is sort of more well-defined. SUD is the world, right? 0 to 5 is a little more challenging, but we could do that possibly through the Children's Committee because that's about the nexus with the CYBHI funding. And so I'm not saying we drop anything. I'm saying that it's what's on the front shelf in front of you and what's more through a committee.
Another way that we can keep track of this stuff while prioritizing our time is that we're set up to steer, these processes, not to drive them, to give steering and guidance. And one of the tools that's used, in a lot of organizations with strategic plans is some kind of scorecard. So we could look at, we could at a high level see all the different initiatives and what's green, what's yellow, what's red. To hear that, that strategy number 2 from the 2020 to 2023 strategic plan, that we've done a lot, but that we've run into roadblocks. Wow, that to me, that sounds like it's worth elevating and having a meeting around because that's where we need to steer, give guidance on like, okay, what have we tried? What's not worked? How do we think differently about it if it was important enough to pursue that?
What's after red? Green, yellow, red, data? Is that how it works? Green, yellow, red, data? maroon.
It's a
Yeah.
black hole.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say exactly the same thing. I would love, now that you've been through this once and you've heard all this, I'd love for you all to not just stop here, but go back around and see if we can drive this further, this coordinated effort. How can we start to quantify some of this? How can we create a dashboard that, I heard we have a report every 6 months, but I'd love every meeting if we had in theory, kind of a dashboard that somehow shows, red, yellow, green or something that kind of shows some level of progress toward the strategic goals or whatever. I think that would be a big, and then we can stay focused on certain things while we feel like we're seeing the whole. And that's what's missing now is we don't see that whole.
That's what we would love. We've been talking about that internally, but it's similar to that, so that way you see what we have and we can prioritize things. And then we know, better how to meet, bring things back to you in a meaningful way. And it would really help us, internally to know what's priority and to work towards those goals. And so we would love that.
Yeah, that would be great.
So really, what we're talking about here is colors.
Absolutely. Isn't it always?
With that
So-
red, yellow, blue, green on the chart.
Toby, I think it's important to make a distinction too in long-range strategic planning versus the shorter term planning. And I think the priorities, the suggested priorities that you mentioned are very good. I would add that rather than have strategic planning itself as a priority, maybe combine that with an evaluation of existing projects and direction, 30,000 foot level, but nevertheless, taking a look and just sort of confirming that we think we're on the right track with our goals and objectives and move forward with that. We also have to be cognizant of the fact that we're strategic plans are great, but they have to be very flexible and you have to be prepared to change or even abandon them depending on what happens. We didn't see the pandemic coming. We didn't see, in the future, we may have a major economic downturn that impacts society generally and the funding for the MHSA significantly. There could be major natural disaster or something that occurs that changes the equation a little bit. And I think we have to keep in mind that this is a living document. It's a roadmap, but it's not the holy grail necessarily. The other thing is that I think, if we can do it, I think a check-in maybe at least twice a year, maybe, just to see how we doing on the short term, and then maybe once a year, maybe, have a regroup and maybe towards the end of the year, regroup and talk about the long range. Do we want to make some adjustments that based on what's happened this past year? And then just in terms of the granular things, I think we do have to be cognizant about major issues within our state that involve mental health. IST is become a very big issue. It's going to be a very contentious issue with this new Department of State Hospitals plan on how to try to lower the number of ISTs. Jury's still out, I guess, as to whether
An IST you lost.
incompetent to stand trial.
Misdemeanor.
People who are arrested, but they have a mental health history and mental health problem that causes them to not be able to comprehend the legal system or to understand it.
And that's a new emerging.
And well, it's been around for a long time. It's just become kind of an overwhelming issue in terms of the numbers and it's driven, we could have a major discussion on this, but it's a state hospital driven or state responsibility that is being pushed to the local counties, and some have compared it to realignment, criminal justice realignment, where the state doesn't have sufficient hospital beds So they are now pushing this responsibility down to the counties. The difference being, at least with AB 109, we got some money that came along with that. There is no money for this because they're still going to operate their hospitals at capacity. And all of a sudden now we have to figure out a way to build capacity and, or provide, community-based programs that lower the number of people who are IST. But I fear that there's potential for a lot of problems with the direction that we're headed in. So I think IST needs to be on the radar. And, we need to maybe have, and I was thinking not only on that topic, but I think it would be good to have at every meeting, block out 30 minutes or an hour for some kind of a presentation to an update or an informational presentation about a hot topic, a major issue that's going in the field that we need to be aware of and on top of. And then, as I said, I think and I think in that realm, I think a site visit to the Department of State Hospitals would be very apropos. I think we should do that. And then lastly, I think it would be a good idea. This meeting, I think, was really productive, a 2-day meeting, day and a half meeting, actually, but very productive in terms of being able to get the business part of it out of the way and then have today for this discussion. And also to, quite frankly, and I was mentioning this to Tom during the break, it's a great opportunity for all of us to see the incredible successful things that have happened that we kind of forget about, right? I mean, we have the problem du jour that we are dealing with oftentimes, and some major, or there's criticism of what we do or whatever. And until you actually sort of document that and look at that, that's a very impressive array of things that have been put into motion. And again, I add my voice to commend the staff. You have done just an extraordinary job with a laundry list of things that you've done an excellent work. And Toby, your leadership has been extraordinary, and my fellow commissioners the same way. I feel very proud to be a part of this. But I also think we have to be realistic about our bandwidth, commission's bandwidth, your bandwidth, the staff's bandwidth, and we'll always have a much bigger list of things that we're going to have time to be able, or resources to be able to do. So we do have to prioritize and select some of those that are what we feel are the most important to put the most emphasis on, while not neglecting mandated or other extraordinarily important things that are there as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I feel like I've gotten what I need in terms of this conversation, enough to put a game plan together to present to the chair and then to work from that. A couple of takeaways. The annual check-in, the biannual report, and if we were to do an annual check-in like this, if we were to do the every 6-month biennial and the scorecard, which ideally would be monthly, that would, sustain the base we have and build from that. For the year, focus on full service partnerships with the connection to the state hospital system and the IST data would be, that with a site visit, right? What I'm hearing you say is willingness to do a day and a half. If there's a site visit in there in particular, we can do that. Let's set aside some time for strategic plan. We have to make some decisions about if it's full commission meeting or some combination, typically at least one full commission meeting on that. The metrics conversation, it's in the strategic plan now. It cuts across everything you do or we do. And then the firearm violence, simply because it's the era we're living at the moment. But we have some flexibility. So with that, we can come back. The hot topic we'll have to figure that out. That 30 minutes a day for a presentation on a hot topic. If a hot topic is new stuff, I'm gonna be hesitant because the capacity issue. If the hot topic is like progress against something that we're already working on, then I think that's, what's the hot topic in school mental health consistent with what's the hot topic in CYBHI or then I think we, let us think about that because we've never done that before. But, so I thank you because I think that satisfies what we were looking for in terms of this component of the agenda. I know there's a public comment period. But that's very helpful. Anything from our team that you think we need some clarification on, or we missed, or we didn't get the chance to share?
I think this discussion was very helpful.
I just want to add, because you mentioned this earlier, that, we could bring some people in and put them on the spot. If data is a real problem, I love that idea. Let's get to the heart of the problem with some of our fellow agencies and figure out how to, if we can help break some of those roadblocks up, and let's put that on the list too.
I think, look forward to working with Melissa, Kaylee, and the team around, a sort of a work plan on that, a combination of some public conversation, community engagement on the need and the opportunity with some understanding. I don't want to just say that there's people there saying, no, it's not that easy, right? It's data systems and money and legacies and,
It's also definitions, right? I mean, we're not even defining things the same way, so.
That's right. That's right. I don't think there are bad actors here. I think
No.
there's actions that haven't been invested in and taken. And so, but I think it could be very helpful if we reveal that and are honest, hot topic, or honest about what it would take and how valuable it would be, because those are the kinds of conversations that are necessary to generate the investments that have to happen. I've struggled with data for 20 years, right? And that's working really hard on it. And so it's not going to be easy, but that doesn't mean we can't. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm curious.
Oh, finally, they speak up.
Happened to, remember when we did open the meetings with like a consumer, or I can't remember if it was a testimonial, or we opened every meeting some years ago with
COVID.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
So there were a couple of practices that we pursued in the past. We used to reserve half an hour at every meeting for a report out, an executive director's report. We often had an opening statement from a community leader, particularly if we traveled like we did today. And so we did that in Sacramento, where we would invite someone, almost sort of a hot topic kind of, but not exactly what Sheriff Brown is relaying. And we typically did about 2/3 of your meetings were a day and a half, because we would pair a subcommittee meeting with a commission meeting. So non-subcommittee members who wanted to could attend, and it was often site visits, right? And so these became, options like today. COVID hit, and we put this cap of no more than 4 hours because we were exhausted by the screen. And we had to set all of that aside. In working with the chair, the purpose of doing this here off site was to kind of get back to reopen, so to speak, in terms of the full array of activities, have this first time conversation, not first time, but first time in a while, conversation about the portfolio, and really use it to say, we're in the 4th year of a 4-year plan, let's make it count. And let's, and this is my plug for the transition for the next item, but we do have public comment on the second one, is, when we did the strategic planning last time, the sort of premise, the bias in our understanding of the MHSA was that the commission's jurisdiction was over MHSA dollars. That perception still persists, that there's lots of folks who believe that your job is to monitor and audit how counties are using MHSA dollars. And so that conversation was more about how do we actually drive change in the whole system, there are no auditors among you. There's actually a rule that one of you is supposed to have an audit background. But that's an appointments issue for the governor. But we really wanted to shift this understanding that your focus wasn't on, are you spending the dollars according to the rule? It wasn't compliance to vision and strategy and impact. And so what we'd like to see in the strategic planning is this assessment of, we've demonstrated that we can meet the goals you lay out in some pretty impactful ways. But we also struggle on the capacity side, right? We're a little overextended. We're all 10 years younger than you think we are. At least I am. And so we want to make sure that moving forward, we're focused again through the new strategic planning process, that we're focused where you want us to focus on. And there's some really interesting trends happening in terms of program efficacy, prevention, how we make sure that people isn't just access to care, it's actually the outcomes that are associated with care. So many of our programs don't have standards. And so there's no alignment towards those standards. I mean, there's some big issues. And so we're really also really excited about conversations around, how can this commission be most effective? The last thing I'll share with you on that, we'll talk a little bit about it after the public comment, is there are kind of two examples of the commission taking on a project and then leading the implementation. So one of those is the Mental Health Student Services Act, where we wrote the report and the state invested in school mental health and gave the commission an ongoing leadership role. And the other example is the suicide prevention work, where we wrote the plan, but the Department of Public Health is actually implementing the plan. And so do we want to be a commission that is driving change and delivering programming, or do we want to focus on being able to do work, hand it off to a larger state agency and then take on a new topic? It's hard to do both. And that's some of what, so the diversity that you saw in the initiatives list is because we're trying to be this dynamic organization on firearm violence and workplace mental health. And at the same time, Tom's team is allocating almost $300 million in program grants. And so I think that's another topic that we want to talk to you about over the course of the year. So, thank you. That still no?
No.
Okay.
A question, and you can tell me if that's more appropriate for the next conversation, but, for example, one of the things that, I'm trying to better understand is our ability to get information from counties, given that they're really our partners in making the goals of the MHSA come alive. And I feel like we talk to them when we're trying to approve their plans, but we really don't know what's happening, right? And then you read all these articles and then you're left wondering, I'm not understanding the bigger picture here, right? So is there an opportunity to get maybe more regular updates from counties themselves so that we can maybe ask the question, 51% of PEI dollars is supposed to be spent on kids and young people. Tell me if that's happening, or so like, how can we get more understanding of what they're going through, right? So that's one question. And is that now or is that later? And my second question is committee. You keep saying we won't have to do it as a commission because we'll do it in committee. I think I would like a tutorial on how committees can be effective. What is their purpose? What power, if any, do they have? How? Because I think I was not as an effective of a leader of the CLCC because I don't think I had no, I'm not even gonna, I needed to have done a better job of understanding the role and opportunity that a committee has. And knowing we have new commissioners and we have this opportunity to reset, which I so appreciate. I'd like to have that base understanding so that I can maximize the opportunity in that role.
And if I could
That
just,
now or later, sorry.
we're gonna make it now. And so, and if I could just add to that first question. I don't know that it is our place, so you'll clarify for us to be able to ask the counties that. And even if we did, we have 10 meetings. So at what point would we get that information? Does it become part of our meetings? And how would we ask it equitably? Because we can't, right? We can't, it cannot just be a, hey, I heard so-and-so county.
Or pick and choose, yeah.
That's right. You can't pick and choose. And I don't think there's anything anywhere in the law that says you have to report anything to us. So I just wanted clarification. on that first question.
One little
Okay,
comment.
sorry. So it's 1A, B, and I guess we're gonna go to C. And I know that Charmel wants to say something. Please. Do you want to get through one?
Okay,
Are you taking note, Toby?
I'm taking notes.
Okay.
I'm
I
taking
just
notes.
want to comment to those two comments. Is that, the question is that an accountability question? I'm just asking, because I totally agree with Mark.
But I heard you
Right.
saying that that's not a part of what we're doing. We're not then monitoring everything that they do once they're given the funds, right? That's not something that we're taking on. We're not auditing what they do.
So these are great questions. And I think we should explore them through the strategic planning process in more depth. But, you know, Charmel, how many innovation plans are live at the moment? Roughly.
Roughly, probably about, oh, so probably around 50 to 60 that are live and.
And how many staff do you have?
2.
So the law says review and approve. There's no requirement and there's no staff to monitor and, right? Which is why we do the incubator and why we've talked about, you know, how we can shape that without, you know, sort of being that oversight and like looking over their shoulder, right?
Just real quick before I lose this thought. And to stay in our lane, we're innovation. We approve innovation, so PEI, why would we even?
Can I?
Oh, I'm asking.
So I don't know if this is going to be helpful, but I feel it's important to clarify. Counties are required to submit 7 reports to the Department of Healthcare Services and to the commission. In terms of its oversight and accountability, yes, there are some differences. DHCS has a role and the commission has somewhat of a role. Like, for example, a 3-year program and expenditure plan. Every county must submit one to Department of Healthcare Services and to us. But the regulations, and that's what I want to make sure it's very clear, is that the regulations indicate, the regulations and the act indicate what the county is supposed to provide. Now, whether or not that information is helpful to us in telling the MHSA story is a very important question and something that I think needs to be talked about, right? And I think that's the problem we found with the transparency suite and that first project that Toby described about counties. We had the 1723-year plan. We had all of this information. We put it into a programs providers and services tool, counties and legislatures, everybody was using it. That's it. It ended there because there's another 3-year plan. 2 of them have already come out since then. And so you have this updated information that's not getting, you know, updated. And so I think that we have to keep that in mind, that counties have this data that they have to report to us. And it's in the regulations and it's in the act, what is supposed to be included in there. The problem is that what we've seen is that the information is redundant sometimes. You get crossover of these different types of reports, but then counties are not, we haven't, I mean, I don't know, again, is this, we have to determine, is this a commission role to say, if we're going to tell the MHSA story, then what kinds of data do we need to do that? And then does that mean that we have to then start let's change the regulations process, which is not an easy process. Obviously, it would take some years to do. But I'm giving you that context because it's important to understand what counties are guided by. It's not what we're telling them. It's already there in the regulations in the act that says you need to provide A, B, and C points on this, on each of your programs. And PEI alone has its own data set because we wrote the regulations. So PEI has, you have to have all these things. Innovation, same thing, have all these required data points. So I just want to give you that context of what's required.
And just, and to sort of add on to that a little bit, so the commission went through a 3-year process to identify minimum data reporting on PEI plans, including detailed demographic data on persons served. Those requirements include details like sexual orientation and gender identity at birth and currently, meaning it's a variable over the lifespan, right? We require detailed racial and ethnic identification, self-identified. There are something like 200 different ethnicities. It's based on population numbers, right? Except the data system that data is supposed to be recorded into has 5 racial categories: African-American, Latino, Asian, right? So, and because it's run by the Department of Healthcare Services. So, and it's not that and the law says that their requirements are supposed to be substantially similar to ours. We write regulations on innovation and PEI. The Department of Healthcare Services writes regulations on finances, community services and supports, and everything else. So we do not so this would get at the metrics conversation that we could have. There is not currently a, correct me if I'm wrong, Melissa, if you know, on the financial reports that the state requires the counties to fill out, it doesn't specify the percentage spent on children and youth. So we can't so I can't answer your question, Commissioner, about are they meeting the 51% requirements? We can tell you, and we wrote this in the FSP report, the law says the majority, or the regulations say the majority of community services and supports funding shall support full service partnerships. And we've got some counties that the data we have show they're spending 14%. And so what's the definition of majority, right? At minimum, it's 50% plus a penny. But it makes it sound like, you think about, you got most, but that's like 80%. And given the prevention, diagram that we shared for you around these very high cost outcomes, including people who are sent to state hospitals because the judge has determined them to be competent to stand trial. So the opportunity is there, but there's a lot of work to do. What complicates this, and this gets at the question about our role, which we will take, through the larger process, is, we are not that auditor. The Department of Healthcare Services is that auditor. They do a once every 3-year review of every county. And so part of the reason that I think Alameda was delayed in joining our meeting yesterday was because they were in the middle of one of their audits. And it's not clear how that audit actually relates to that prevention diagram that we shared with you, right? It's typically a compliance audit, not an effectiveness audit. And so, so we can spend some time on that on this key metrics conversation. For example, we held a hearing and had the state leaders talk about the issue resolution process. Remember this, Commissioner Kaplan? And we asked the state, when families were complaining about not having access to the right services, they're supposed to use the issue resolution process. We asked LA County how many complaints they get a year, and they said 3 to 4. I kid you not. And we said, Department of Healthcare Services, when the 10+ million LA County residents who are struggling with some of the largest rates of an unhoused population, justice involvement, and hospitalization, and you see that the county has only had 4 complaints to the issue resolution process, what do you do in your triennial review? They said, we asked 2 questions. Do you have an issue resolution process, and do you log them? And if the answer is yes, which because they had 3, they pass. So we said, we're not sure that was the intent of the program, right? But so there's a lot of work to do. And I think what we're trying to do here is let's attack this one step at a time. but we can incorporate your comments. I think the higher value comments like the 51% of PEI for children into the metrics. That would be an opportunity to identify priorities that we could then dig in and say, is the information there and how do we use it? What was this? Sorry.
My committee question.
Oh, the committee question. Sorry, thank you. So the commission the law allows the commission to create committees. And they are ultimately advisory to the commission. They don't have authority other than this advisory role. The commission's rules of procedure stipulate that the commission actually can delegate its decision-making authority to committees. We don't think that would stand up to a legal challenge. We also just mostly don't think that's important. I'm sorry. I mean, it shouldn't happen is what I mean to say. I don't mean it's not important. It shouldn't happen. You all were elected or, appointed by the governor or, the constitutional officers in this role. And we don't think it was appropriate to basically pass your decision-making authority on to someone else. So the committees, whether it's a subcommittee, is advisory to the full commission. Hey, we think this is a good idea, move it forward. The committees, the CFLC, the CLCC, the research evaluation, innovation, all of the early psychosis advisory committee, they're advisory to the full commission with the intent that they would help you make more informed decisions. That doesn't mean there isn't tension where many of the committee members would like the committees to be a decision-making body, but that's not how the law established. That's not what the law says. But that's been the tension between the committees supporting the commission and its priorities versus the committees asking the committee to pursue the priorities of the committee. And so, which is why we've had this tension between identifying the goal of the committee and then recruiting members who can help that goal be successful in that goal versus recruiting members to the committee and then deciding what the committee is going to do. That help?
I mean, my view.
No, again.
My view of the committee is that it gives us a chance to get more in depth with individual staff members who are experts in that area. And so my limited experience of the committees is it's very effective at that. We learn a lot more about those topics. We get more educated, we give more input, and it's just a chance to go deeper with staff. And I think that's useful for both sides.
Yeah, I do too. I guess I'm stuck on, Toby, your suggestion, and to the extent that this is all the work we have to do, what can we delegate to committee? So,
I was thinking subcommittees.
oh, you said committee.
Well, I'm sorry. I was thinking, well, so some of it, let me clarify.
I think you'll agree. I think you'll agree that there is expertise in our committee, right?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
So how then do we use that space to just have additional time dedicated to these conversations? Because our time together is never enough.
That's right.
So if we want to tackle the Mental Health Wellness Act priorities with a client and family perspective.
Absolutely.
We take it there, right? And we invite our commissioners.
Key
as well,
metrics.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Similar to what we're talking about with using these meetings to advance our strategic plan goals, we should be doing the same thing in our committees, right? And so, yeah, my wheels are turning and.
Got it.
I'll be ready.
Got it.
Just I think that the commissioner who's chairing a committee has pretty broad discretion and range to organize that committee in a way to do work that ultimately has to pass through the commission, which is the approval body. But I think that there's a lot of ways to run it. And I think that it's another opportunity that we have in our strategic planning process to facilitate discussion around how we are working committees and whether we have opportunities to learn from each other and maximize our effectiveness on committees together with staff, because I think as Commissioner Carnavale said, one of the things they enable, which is great, is a degree of working together with staff that isn't possible in high level commission meetings.
Questions, comments? All right, so at this time, members of the public may request to make a public comment on agenda item number 4 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make your request to comment now. Are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. We will start if there's any public comments in the room. There are. Thank you, Steve.
Hi, my name's Steve McNally. I'm from Orange County on a Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and my comments are my own. Boy, you guys cover a lot of territory today. And I'm thinking as I'm listening, to look outside yourselves from, the big reason for peers was to get an unlicensed workforce and get it up and raised quickly. And again, I mentioned a lot about these boards. If you give them stuff to do, some of them will give it back to you. And 4 counties will give you 45% of California in the LA area. So that's 1. 2, commissioners have influence. So I always think influence, when it meets knowledge, becomes a change agent. A lot of people with influence don't have the knowledge or the time to get the knowledge. So there are a couple of things. First 5, there's early childhood programs in San Bernardino, I think, that were brought here. Our county's looking at it. I think a topic would be how to leverage first 5 setting up MHSA for later. Leveraging the money is 1. 2, how far are you willing to go as commissioners? Are you going to open up your influence to give other people the work? Are you willing to carry the message to the people that appointed you? There's going to be level setting on Care Court, for example. LA just came in, so there'll be some money coming to LA from somewhere. But so I don't know if everyone understands what Care Court's actually going to be when it gets implemented and who it's going to affect. And I think there's going to be a lot of disconnect with the people that did support it. I think clarity on roles is really important. So there's more than just you. We all come to you because you're the influence. So there's other influence. So if whoever represents 500 or more employers, what do those people want? And, in my county, I can go pull a list of who they are. There's not that many of them. It's a manageable number. Even I had to do it old school with spreadsheets and talking to people. You have to build in time for people just to talk. And then the last thing is sometimes you come to meetings and people don't know each other when we're in these kinds of meetings. There's not enough time to know each other. So what's helped me a lot is when I've talked to people and I get a better understanding how wacky government finance is and how hard it is to get things done, because we come from a more A to B. We have a blocker, we figure out how to go around them. So my last thought would be, Governor Newsom made a big proposal for open data, and it's just a big clunky piece of data. So if a group like this or some group would just figure out how to make county reports out of it.
Steve, your time is up. Please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Toby's completely right. It's more or less following the data as it goes up and then intercepting it, because there's too many blockers who don't want to share it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Mariani, did you please open the line for public comment?
Online, we have 4 comments. The first one is Richard, your line is open.
Hello, everyone. Good dialogue and discussion. Very good. Thanks, Toby, for doing this on behalf of the staff and the commissioners. in my last public comments, don't take it personal what I have said. I know I have used a broken record, and I know Toby hates it when I remind certain things under the statute or under the act at the MHSA. This is how I was trained with Access California when I joined them 5 years ago. And they teach the counties behavioral health, how it's supposed to work at the county level. The counties don't even know what they're doing until they get the proper training and support. That's what the commission needs to be aware of. Secondly, for the MHA's coordinator, they don't even know themselves what and how it's supposed to be worked unless they're proper trained. You cannot rely on a county director when you have some county directors throughout California that want to do the old way and not the CPP component process. That's what the commissioners need to be aware of about the counties. I reviewed Monterey County and went through all their evaluations that was done on the action plan. Every single one provider was left blank with no follow-up or action plan that needed to be on there to improve their services to meet the needs of the mental health community. So thank you, commissioners and staff.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hello, folks. Steve Leone, consumer and advocate here. First of all, I'm very encouraged by everything I've been hearing today from both staff and the commissioners. This is very encouraging to an advocate such as myself. But I wanted to bring up for the priorities for the coming year something that I conceive of as being connected with the shared vision idea, somewhat differently perhaps. And that is that please, even before you get all the data put together, educate the legislature. I mean, the legislature right now is kind of a loose cannon, and it's very scary. We don't know which way that cannon is going to fire every year. And when I hear, now it's not the legislature, but the government, Mark Golly comes to the planning council and says, clearly what we have is not working. We need to have something different and new. And then proceed to kind of try to meet the needs that all the values and all the effectiveness that you've been talking about from FSPs, values of other programs within MHSA are being ignored or unknown to a lot of and every year, there's a new crop of legislators that don't know anything about this stuff. And I'm very nervous that this stuff proceeds without really understanding. This is similar to the education that was just mentioned, but for a different group. And finally, I wanted to say that if you, as you move forward to working with the actual data and improving that, you pay attention to the substrate of the IT underneath it, because a lot of it's antiquated or doesn't work well together. I know you have some innovation projects working on some of that, but it needs something more comprehensive. And frankly, I think every time I worked on any kind of evaluation, they always say, oh, well, we can only talk about what we're already collecting because people spend too much time collecting data and getting it recorded. I think you can have modern computer systems and modern processes that basically have great productivity gains. So you can collect more data more firmly with less effort from everybody. And I think that could potentially revolutionize everything. Thank you for hearing me. Bye.
Thank you, Steve.
Next, we have Stacy. Your line is open.
I apologize. It takes me a while to unmute and then get back to my remarks.
Stacy, we can't hear you. Is that on our end or?
I'm unmuted as far as I know.
Can you turn up your volume? Can we unmute her?
Stacy, go ahead and unmute or
No. I'm sorry, just one moment, Stacy. Okay, now you're unmuted. And if you could maybe turn up your volume.
My volume's up all the way. Can you hear me?
Tell her to get very.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, go ahead.
During the discussion, I want to thank Commissioner Alvarez for raising the issue of committees and subcommittees and their roles. I believe that stakeholders in the behavioral health community would have a lot to say about this topic, but to my knowledge, there has not been an opportunity for this issue to be discussed in an organized, open, and transparent meeting. I ask that the commission put out written information on how the decision is made to form a subcommittee versus a committee. To my knowledge, the PEI subcommittee was the first subcommittee to be formed as opposed to a committee. Subcommittees are not in your rules of procedure. I suppose that it could be said that since the rules of procedure are silent on subcommittees, the commission believes that it could do anything it wants. It took me a while to figure out the rules for a subcommittee are not as supportive or empowering or collaborative in terms of public stakeholders. Your rules of procedure say that all committees must have 2 consumers, 2 family members, and 2 members from the community who are knowledgeable and experienced in reducing disparities. So when you name a subcommittee, these positions are omitted with major effect on the results of the work of that subcommittee. Also, the subcommittee does not require recording, and I mean in writing, recording of what took place at the meetings. So it is impossible unless perhaps you may be recording them on Zoom and then we need to go back. But that is another disadvantage to the public and particularly public stakeholders in regards to subcommittees. So I would appreciate getting clarification on this in writing and, when this was ever discussed at a commission meeting, because again, to my recollection, it was never discussed at any commission meeting before these actions took place. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, next we have Pashi. Your line is open. Oh, sorry, 1 second, Pashi. Okay, go ahead. Your line's unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Pashi Walker again, pronouns Z, Zers. I'm with Cal Voices and Out for Mental Health. I wasn't going to comment, but then I really appreciated the discussion around the role of the CLCC and the CFLC and questions about delegating and all of that. So as someone who's been involved for years and years ago and has some institutional knowledge, I just wanted to say a few things. And first of all, I think delegating the authority to make an absolute decision is very different than consulting with a committee and asking for their guidance and then having that guidance presented at and discussed at a meeting prior to the commissioners voting on an issue. And so one of the frustrations that we found when I was on the CLCC is that we weren't asked for that kind of guidance. And I haven't been in a while because I haven't been able to attend, but when I was attending regularly, I heard report outs. I didn't hear that kind of advice or consultation on things like legislation or PEI or other issues that very well affect members of the populations represented by the CLCC and the CFLC. So I would recommend the commissioners maybe discuss how you could use this, what could be a very rich resource. We also used to educate the commissioners on different populations, and that no longer happens. We also used to help with outreach for what has now turned into listening sessions, but used to be called something else, community forums or something. And again, I hadn't seen that happening in a very long time. But the other thing I would like to have discussed by the commission is who becomes a member of these committees and how is that decided? And to remind you that just because someone is a member of a population does not mean that they can speak for the population or that they're a subject matter expert in that population. Too often I've seen tokenism, or we've checked multiple boxes, but the person on the committee doesn't really have expertise in all the boxes that got checked. When I, for example, asked, do we have sexual orientation represented? Do we have gender identity represented for LGBTQ? And who's representing that is someone who's there to talk about veterans, but they happen to be gay, as an example. I'm sure that happens for other populations as well. I would also like you to think about who gets chosen, that those committees are important. And while local voices, I'm sure, are important, it's much more important, I believe, to have people who understand the work of the commission, who understand the statewide macro goals, not just their own little county, and also who have some expertise in what's needed with the MHSA. So these could be, and we've been saying this for a year, it could be rich resources for the commission with all the work that you have to do and help you with your priorities. But I've yet to see those committees really used in the way that, at least in my humble opinion and opinions of others, they really could be. So I hope to hear more discussion about that in the future. And thank you for letting me speak once again.
Thank you, Pashi.
That was our last public comment.
Thank you, Mariani. We will now move on to agenda item number 6, the Commission's 2024 through 2027 strategic plan, where the Commission, where we will discuss the development. I just said that. I'm sorry. Sorry. We'll now hear from Commission staff. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question, quick, because there's 15 minutes left. My understanding is that this meeting is over at 3. So is our plan to get through the strategic plan in 15 minutes?
We're not,
No.
we're not working on the
No.
strategic plan.
Got it. Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
That's right. You each get 30 seconds to tell us what's most important, and that'll be our plan. So,
Every little minute counts.
yeah, so, I mean, in the conversation we just had, we heard a lot about strategic priorities and so forth, right? What we really wanted was to do two things, was to get some feedback and guidance around the strategic planning process, to identify a commissioner who will take the lead in terms of that process. So the last time we did this, Commissioner Ashbeck took the lead and really shepherded that. And it was important because it is your strategic plan. And so having a commissioner take the lead is important. Again, that's consistent with all of the work that we do. And then we also wanted to ask for funding to bring in a third-party consultant who can support that. It's important for a couple of reasons. There are people who do this full-time and they're better at it. But it's also important because through the process, we often ask for sort of unfiltered feedback from the communities we serve around what's working and what's not working. And that's often easier to share with someone who's not the subject of the sharing. And so having that third-party consultant can facilitate some of the honesty around what's working and what's not working. As it happens, yesterday, we included the funding for the strategic planning in the budget conversation that you approved. So there's no need to actually vote on that, but it is a chance to answer any questions you might have about the process, to hear from you about what you'd like to see in the process, and ideally, have someone designated as the lead so in the way the staff typically do this, the chair designates a lead. We work with that lead commissioner to develop a work plan. We present that work plan to the commission, lay it out, answer any questions, and that tells us if we're on track. And then we move forward with the work plan. And so there's a lot of input along the way. So given the time, given that we've already voted on the funding, happy to answer any questions you have and get guidance in terms of steps you'd like to see along the way. And you may simply say, well, give us the work plan first, we'll give you the guidance then. That's certainly an option too.
I like that option. as well.
You got it.
Then at this time, I would like to ask if Commissioner Carnavale, if you would please take the lead on working with the staff and retaining a strategic planning consultant.
I say no, like Commissioner Mitchell.
No.
Before you do, I would second that motion.
That's right. That's right.
As the business representative on this commission who lends no expertise like all of you do.
Commissioner, we can't hear you.
A lot of my time on strategic planning, I'd be happy to lend that skill set and facilitate, which of course is I've taken a lot of notes and would reflect everybody's viewpoints in the process and try to do a good job of bringing us all together.
Thank you.
Right. Public comment, just in case.
Yes, thank you. So at this time, members of the public may request to make public comment on agenda item number 6 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or if calling in, pushing *9. Once the public comment period of this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make your request to comment now. Are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. Any public comments in the room? Mariani?
None online.
None online. Okay, so I will ask then, we've already approved.
Already.
All right, we've already approved, so, and we've already approved the dollars, so we are good to go. We are good, we're good. Thank you to everyone for joining us these past 2 days to continue the work and discussions around mental health. We would especially like to thank members of the public, both in the room and online. We value your input and participation. As a reminder, the next commission meeting will take place on February 23rd, 2023, and we look forward to seeing you then. Today's meeting stands adjourned. It is 2:52. Have a wonderful afternoon. Safe travels, everyone. Bye-bye.